This world is broken. The science is outdated, the math is incomplete, and the people are so blinded by greed that they cannot see the way forward.
Wait. You're not thinking of intervening, are you?
It has to be corrected. Knowledge is not a commodity. It has been and always will be their future. Standing in the shadows is no longer an option. We have to teach them to share freely without fear of retribution.
There is too much to teach for just one person.
I know. We will have to recruit more people who think the right way. The people who have been shunned by the mainstream. People who have the passion in their heart for the science.
How do we find all of these people then?
We create an open forum to discuss ideas and build ties. We let everyone have a voice, and we never let greed dictate our path.
What do we call it then? Oh, I got it. The Fringe think tank.
The Fringe think tank it is then. Now let's give them back their destiny and open it up to the world.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Fringe think tank. My name is Nathan, otherwise known as Old Man Builds. Hey guys, I just want to tell you everybody's kind of running late apparently. So we're just going to go ahead and start this show off. Oh my God, dude. If you guys saw the thumbnail, obviously you did to click on. I'm having a little fun with all the guys here. So I want to show that to you guys real quick. I always see these guys, man, as we're a big team. So every time we add a new member to it, I like to have a little fun and razz them a little bit. So you can see all of our faces on there. Man, there's absolutely hilarious. I had to add another little Ben in there, little Ben fan club on there with the back of his jacket because we always see it. Absolutely hilarious, man. So anyway, I put Ian on there. I put him in a kilt, though he's Irish, but I think it's hilarious. What's going on, man? We have a funny segment coming up later, guys, when everybody gets here. And I just wanted to share that it's absolutely the most hilarious thing you've ever heard in your life. It has to do with Ben and Mike Dawes and everybody. And I just had to razz them a little bit for it, for a conversation we had on a different episode that we did for Ben's Coil. So I call being Scotty. Absolutely hilarious, man. Yeah, we also got, oh man, we got everybody on here. From everybody that came on the show so far, except for one or two people, and I'm still working on that. But yeah, totally awesome, guys. All right, let's get into a little bit of stuff here before we get into all that. And we'll go back to that. And I just want to share with you guys. We are going to talk some coils here since we're waiting for everybody. And I wanted to show this right here. So, yeah, Ian, we got you in there, man. It's absolutely hilarious. Mike, we got you too. So, oh my God. So this right here, I just wanted to show this to everybody. I don't know if everybody has ever looked at this. But what it is we're looking at the vortex in here, and we're also looking at the numbering system. So when you start talking about different fractals of something, this is the numbering system that you're going to get to. Now, what it's showing in this is that we're going to have both turns. We're going to have the turn that goes to the left and the turn that goes to the right. That's actually the vortex on the top and bottom. They have it listed in here as just the golden ratio, and they're trying to show that, but that's when you build one of these coils, the vortex that you're going to get on both. Now, the actual shapes matter when we start talking about this kind of stuff because they do different things and they line up with different fractal patterns. So it's really important to start to understand this kind of stuff when you get into coil building and how things will start to work. So I just wanted to show you this, and this is just composites and prime numbers. It says Tesla, but this is more of everybody who's ever done a coil in the math and stuff. All right, so let's see. Bring back your CRTV and put the coil on it yet. You know, I'm going to tell you that CRT TV is sitting right here, and I have to pull the flyback out of it. I think I blew the MOSFET on it because it was sparking it off and having a little fun on Friday. But we'll get that replaced and we'll keep it going. So let's go back to this. I just want to show some other stuff on this. This right here is probably one of the most important pages that you could ever figure out on this. And I just wanted to tell you guys a couple things. You see the shapes that everything comes in. And then you start to look at what Victor was talking about with the fractals. And when we look at what Ian was talking about with the 9s, but it's also the 11s. And this right here is like a total guide on what we're looking for when we build this stuff out. You'll start to see phi in there. You'll see a bunch of other stuff. You'll see the square root of things. And I just wanted to point out, when you look at the square root of 2, and then we figure out how many magnets are on my gravity flyer, there's 6. We also see a 6-sided pentagon, I believe it is, on there when we do it. But that's important. And then on the upper right, we always see the 369. Some of the times, guys, we have to start seeing this stuff dimensionally. So it looks like a circle with all this stuff on there. But just what happens if this was a ball or a sphere instead of a circle? What are the shapes doing then? How do they interact then? I think some of this has to be explored a little more, because some of the shapes don't make a lot of sense until you start adding dimensions to it. It's like when they start talking about space-time, and all they do is put out this blanket and they put this ball on it, and they want you to think it's space-time that way. Well, space-time is dimensional. It is not 2D. It's not 3D. It's like 4D. There's so much more dimension that goes into a space-time actual equation than it does just this little flat thing and this ball to come on. It's completely the wrong understanding of space-time, at least in my opinion. So let's see. Square root of 1, magnetic field consolidation, coil geometries. That's right. This is what a lot of people are using when we start building the coil. We have triangles, we have squares, you know, we have octagons, we have different things that go into these things. This is why. When you want to know why, this is why, because the fractals match up. It also starts to match up when you start talking about tones and octaves. All of it's in there. You'll notice it says major and minor on there. So let me zoom in on this a little bit, and you'll start to see the different things here. Like it'll say perfect fourth, diminished fifth, perfect fifth, things like that. You want to know why they're in there? That's it. That's your understanding. If you can take this and build it into coil building, then you really do have something special. So, all right. Let's take a look at another one here. Get out of this one. This also goes in the tones right here with the musical, in which frequencies you're actually in and where you're going to get them. This one I love right here. It kind of goes to what we were talking about the other day. If you build a spacecraft, where's everything going to be? You can see in the top image right here, we actually have the vortexes. And in the bottom, you have the field. So this would be your static field or building field or ether field that's coming through. As you can see, it's going to condense in the center. And on the outside, it's going to keep growing on the outside. There's going to be multiple fields being generated. And then as it works that way and comes back down and around like this, you're going to create the upper and lower vortex, just like it shows in the picture here. Where did you find this, Nathan? Well, I tend to research everything, just so you know. And I'll actually send you a copy of it because you're gonna love it, man. It just ties in everything, but it's more to the conversations that we have on the Fringe think tank that you start getting this kind of stuff, that you start to understand why they make sense. Now, on average, if I just simply showed you that and I didn't have everything on here and people talking about it, it would be very hard to understand it. But since we did, and we had Victor explain it, and Gerald was explaining it, and Ian was talking about the music part of it, now it all makes perfect sense of where we are. Ian, I took a screenshot already. Yeah, I figured you probably would. I don't know what kind of insulation is using. I'd like to probably know that as well. Insulated irons, steel instead, much higher permeability. Yeah, I'd watch the permeability on some of this stuff, guys. It may be permeable, but it doesn't mean that you want the field in that thing. For a saturation level, absolutely. If you're trying to saturate something between two fields, that might work out really well for you. Let's see what else we got in here while we're waiting for everybody. This right here, if you can imagine the center part is the coil. Now start to understand the geometries that are playing out. You think they're just on the coil, but that's not how they work. You're getting geometry in another dimension now. Now you're starting to understand why they're starting to vortex. Every geometry plays out with different dimensions. They all do this. So you can't just see the coil as, hey, I got a 2D coil here. I actually have much, much more going on. This is some of the things that you're going to have to picture in your head while you're building that coil. What's the dimensional going to be in the third dimension of this coil? Because we understand what they are on the coil, and you can direct your little lines and say, okay, this is where it's going, this way, this way, this way, right? But what happens when it pops to a 3D? So take all the curved lines or anything that comes out of it, and those are the energy fields that come out of it. Now, it's also the frequencies that come out of it. That's the crazy thing here. When you start looking at things that are curved on the inside, on the flat part of a coil, when you start looking at a mandala, just understand you're looking at the frequency pattern. When you start seeing it in different dimensions, you're looking at exactly how the coil is building energy around it. But then when you look at the geometry of the coil, you can see how to physically put it together. This is all one thing, guys. It's all pretty much a unified area of understanding when you do this stuff. So I hope this helps people out there in coil buildings, and you can start to understand it on a level that you probably should understand it on, because there's so much more here. All right, let's take a look at another one. See what else we got in here. So this goes to a fractal. I'll wait till Victor gets here. This goes to a different one as well. This one right here is what Ian was looking at right here. They say it's a Planck scale, but it's also a music scale. So that was interesting. This right here, let me just tell you, there's more information in here than you probably knew right away. So let's just describe it. So this is in 2 dimensions, and we know what it is and how thick it is. But what happens when I tell you you have to look at it as a sphere, a ball? What happens then? It starts to change the understanding you have. Now, there's another piece in this, and it's kind of cut out a little bit. But go with me here. If this thing's a sphere, then you see it like the Earth. If you see the outer layer is the one we're standing on, and the inner layer, right at the bottom, you see the roots growing down from it. Then you see buildings again. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Why do you have buildings there? Well, maybe there's an inner layer. Maybe there's an inner earth that we're just not seeing right away. What if I turned this into a bigger sphere and just told you, hey, not only that, you're going to have energy that's propagating on the inside just like it does on the outer field. Then what you ask, well, where does it all start? Well, it all starts in the center. If the center is a resonance chamber, they're trying to describe the resonance frequencies coming out of the chamber. If it's square in the chamber, you're going to get one frequency. If it's round in the chamber, you're going to get another frequency. So if you could see the center of the earth as a resonance chamber, this makes all the sense in the world. They have a legend that goes back in the Maya, and they talk about the caves that we were all created in. But what if they were just saying that the caves resonate? What if they told you the center of the earth was actually resonating? Maybe that's all it is. Maybe that's all that we need to understand. We can see the bottom that it opens up, so we know it has a south pole. We see the top open up, we know it's a north pole. Notice that there's something at the north pole there. Is there a civilization that you can go into inner earth from the north pole? Is that what they're telling us here? Maybe they're just trying to tell you, hey, this has microwaves coming out of it or frequency coming out of it. Guys, there's a whole lot more to this ancient stuff that when we really look at on the surface and realize, because we do not see things in the correct dimension. Once you start to see things in the correct dimension, then things start to really make sense to what you're doing. So please understand that when we look at all this stuff, try to look at everything you see as a dimension and see if it works out. This is a sphere. If I had it in 3D as a sphere, it would completely change your whole understanding of what this is. Yeah, it also looks like a motor. There's so much more here. That's what I love about these things. You could just see everything in it. Let's go back the other way and let's take a look at this. This right here. The field's right there. What's going on, Sean? Or a shape hidden within the sphere. It's a sphere within a sphere. So let me just tell you a little bit about this, guys. We see the world wrong. If energy is propagated in the center of the sphere, just like any magnet, when you rotate it and it's a sphere shape, you get a field that comes out as a sphere. The next one comes out as another sphere. It doesn't come out in a flat line like we like to think it does. That's a wrong dimension. It's a sphere. The sphere grows. Okay? That's why it's important when you look at the spheres and energy. Now, this right here goes to the butterfly that we see. Yeah, by the way, Victor, I sent you an email. Anyway, this goes in how the energy in the butterfly is looking. It's a fractal. It's a fractal within the energy pattern. You notice how the things are coming out and going in. None of it is actually the way we think it is. So if you have this energy in the center on a coil, you wouldn't have the butterfly in the center. It would actually push out because of the magnetic field pushes it out. But in this, you can see the singularity that's created in the center when you have a rotating magnetic field on the top and bottom. It starts to make sense when you start dealing with the Earth. This is more like a magnetosphere right here. This is how it's built. So just so everybody understands, there's more geometry in this than you ever thought there was. And it comes out in different ways. Fractals tie right into the geometry, and you start to get the right thing. Yeah, the graphic is awesome. There's some pretty good ones that I pulled out. Ian's got to take off. Let's see. Gold cryptocurrency has probably something. It says a Mandala on it. Maya Mandala. Nice. Money of all forms. Nice. Ian flies helicopters. Yep. Let's see. UFO politics is great to see in motion. Yes, it is. So, anyway, I just want everybody to see this so you can start seeing the pattern. I know I try to describe it with my hands and I do a poor job of it. So, this right here should help everybody start to see things as I start to see them, as everybody who's on this starts to see them. So it's really cool. Let's see what else we got here. So this is something different. Okay. This right here is the energy above and the energy below. We all know trees grow up, but you realize there's a root system, but it also means they grow down. And this has to do with where we're standing on the earth. We're on a dielectric plane, or we're on not the dielectric plane. Maybe it's better to say that we're on a charged field in between two dielectric planes. That might be a better way of saying it. We're basically the flat part in the capacitor. We're the dividing line. And everything that we do in growth shows that, whether it be in trees or anything else, as it grows up, it also grows down. So it's telling about the surface of the earth. We're actually in that field. So we're on the charged part of a plate. If you see an anode up here and a cathode down here, and then a charged plate in the center, we're on that charged plate. We have frequency on our plate. But the space between that plate and the top, between the anode right there, is giving us the dielectric field right there. And in a dielectric field, when you saturate the center plate, what do you get? You get pull from the top to the bottom, which we can explain as gravity. And that's pretty much your answer there, guys. Just like trees grow, we know they do because we understand that what gravity is. It is the field in between a charged area, okay, which you can call your anode, and then then you get the dielectric, then you get a saturated field in there. It is no different than a high voltage line, guys. And the energies are just different because out of the earth, we're getting cold energy and implosion instead of the high voltage line. Okay, the high voltage line may still be cold energy. As a matter of fact, I think it is. But most people think of it as an explosion. We're looking at it as a implosion, and it's creating the ether on the inside that's pulling everything. So I just wanted to share that. It's really cool to understand it in a different way than everybody else does. I know there's people out there that explain this thing in a different way, but I think this is the best way to understand it, because when you start to get into Tesla and how he created his third energy and how he stuck the spike right down the center of his Tesla coil and how it went into the earth with the water and it charged it up. And then remember, the water is going to take on the charge, but the area underneath the water is going to be the grounding. So that's where the ground is. It just has a billion spots where it can ground because the water is everywhere. So the energy is going to transfer through frequency through the whole earth. So you can go miles out and put a light bulb in the ground if you tap it with the center rod going through the Tesla coil down to the ground. All you have to do is make sure you connect the water in the water table. That's why some of this stuff is important to understand what the actual crust of the earth is versus what everybody says it is. It's Swiss cheese. This thing has more holes in it than I can ever believe. And you've got to understand water runs through that, magma runs through that. So we're getting charges throughout the whole earth because of that bring it to the surface. So something like this, to understand it, the tree grows up, but the tree also grows down, which means there's another field of energy beneath our feet. It's not just above, it's also below. And that's the understanding of it's above and below. There you go. It grows both ways. Is there an inner earth? There probably is. And we just haven't found it yet. That's the crazy thing. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. I'm trying here. Tesla is a genius. He said that this world would be his in the future, and he's absolutely right. He is probably the greatest inventor, to me anyway, maybe not to everybody else, but if you really start to reproduce what he did, then yeah, it is. He is the greatest. So this one right here, let's take a look at this. This is another understanding, okay, of coil building. And it goes again, major thirds. What is it? I can tell you that the first one, the second one, let's see. Oh, the third, the fourth, and the fifth are all in the mandala that I broke down. The only one that's not in there is the last one. And that's where I would say that you could put a wire down the center and pull the energy from. That's what that is. However, all the rest of them are in your coil when you build it from a mandala. And it's as simple as it gets. This is one of the answers here. Every single one of them creates a shape on the inside, and on the outside, they look different. But the shapes on the inside is what you're looking at. And they also tell you whether they're in the right tone, what they are, what you're looking for. So connect this stuff, man. It all makes the biggest difference in the world. All right, let's take a look at the next one. The magic of 432. This is interesting, guys. That shape right there is a very, very unique shape. Okay. When you build it into a coil, it's one of the ones you wouldn't ever think about, but it's there and you build it. It makes certain dimensions that you have to follow. I always say, stay out of the circle. When you stay out of the circle, you're going to find that shape. It's really interesting. But it also tells you about the fractal of infinity. It tells you a lot of different things in there. And I'll let you guys take a look at it and see how it divides out and works out into the fractals. But this is really interesting. All right, let's go on to the next one. Oh, there we got the French think tank again. Absolutely hilarious, man. This one, I don't know that I really want to do it other than I just want to tell you, when you see this kind of stuff on the right-hand side, you're basically getting shapes and patterns out of energy. That's the energy patterns. Some of them are patterns of frequency, but some of them are energy patterns, and they show up in different ways. Please understand, this is dimensional. It is not supposed to be viewed as a 2D image. These are 3D images. You have to convert in order to understand it. This one's cool. It's like a mandala in there, and you can start to see the patterns in it. So let me just blow this up a little bit more. You see the center there? We're definitely getting a mandala pattern. You can see the circle. Like I said, each layer stay out of the circle. If there's a mandala and it shows you that there's circular layers to it, make sure that your pattern matches outside the circle. One of the biggest understandings of this is to follow that simple teaching. Stay out of the circle on that layer. On the next layer, stay out of the next circle. You'll be able to build a pattern. It'll also tell you which layer comes first. You always build the smallest one first and then go to the biggest. That's a pretty simple rule, isn't it? But it takes an understanding of learning this in order to build the coil right, in order to put all the correct patterns in there. Yeah, you can make an app out of it. And it's not as always as easy as you think it is to make the app, but I'm sure somebody out there would be able to do it better than I do. I know that I put it on Fusion 360 and it would show what's going on in it. So as you build it, so you don't have to waste the wire yet, so that you can build it out first. So yeah, we're all getting it there. You know, it's going to take time, guys. Some of it's just repeating it, but then having other people saying it so that we can all start to understand this correctly. Because it takes every little piece of the puzzle to get there. Every time that you want to get a little bit, you just have to be patient. Somebody else will bring it up, and then they'll start to trigger in your mind. Then you'll get the overall view of it. So comment chat would be good. Discord, I believe. Yeah. I know a lot of people want to have it on Discord. So we may look into that. That's Sean pulling ground right there. Me. Just zoom this in, everybody. What's actually going on here, guys, is more significant than you think. If you have a Tesla coil and it's putting up energy into the air, but your ground wire is what? A foot away from it, and you're pulling energy from it? Guys, that's really important. What I tell you about Tesla's third energy and putting the rod into the ground, why do you think he gets more energy when you put things in the ground? Just think about it for a minute. Your ground in a ZVS circuit is going to pull, right? Because your Tesla coil is a pump. Your Tesla coil is pumping the energy, but in order for it to be a pump, it's got to pull something from somewhere, right? So it's pulling it from the ground. This is an illustration of the pumps running, but the ground is disconnected. So instead of the discharge all coming out the top, the pump still wants to attract the energy. And there you go. You're now getting an understanding. The pump's on. The ground isn't connected, so the pump isn't as powerful coming out the top. But now that you're pulling the energy from the ground, now you can start to see it. So, could you say this is the circuit breaker ground, the basic ground for your house? Well, yeah. Could there be more energy in there that you're misunderstanding that it's pulling from those circuits that you don't think you do? Maybe you trip a breaker. Maybe this is why. It's pulling that ground. So what happens when you go out and put a stake in the ground? Do you think that's going to go away? Do you think it's going to be as big? Some of these questions just have to be asked so they can be answered. Some of this stuff is just vitally important when you deal with a Tesla coil. If it's a pump, then the ground wire is doing something, right? So what happens if you put a wire in the top and connect it to something else and that thing connects to ground? Are they electrically connected through ground? Well, we all know that they are. So if there's an electrical connection to the ground, you might be pulling this type of energy through the ground and not even know it. You may be affecting more things than you realize by building the simple Tesla coil and have it into the actual ground. Most of us just put it on our bench. Well, it doesn't really tell you a lot until you go outside and put it in the ground, does it? Maybe you might get a better Tesla coil. Maybe put it in that ground and may give you an extra effect. Some of these things really have to be answered so that we all understand them. So, anyway, I just wanted to show that as well. We have that going on. Oh, this right here. Ha ha. This right here, man, is one of the coolest understandings there is. You see all the shapes and patterns. Okay. I know they tell you a little bit more. There is one pattern in here that is off the wall, and I'm trying to see if it's in this one or the next one. But it shows up in coil building, and you'll have to understand. I believe we saw it. No, it's there. I see it. It's one of the most unknown patterns and the confusing patterns, but it's absolutely necessary. I'll leave it up to you guys to figure out which one it is. But these are the patterns that you put into coils right here. So it's a bigger understanding. It shows you exactly which one. So you could start building a coil and go, okay, which pattern do I want to put into it? You're obviously going to have to know which layer goes where. But again, follow the rule. The center hole rule. Does it cover the center hole? If you draw a bunch of circles, which one is it covering? Okay. Is it a mandala that you're following? Is it something else? Is there just patterns and shapes you want to put together? Which one goes on the bottom? Which one goes on the top? It's based on the size of the hole in the center. So when you start building these coils and stuff like that, this goes directly to something, you know, a little bit different, but it's a true understanding of how this thing works. So all right, guys, I'm going to stop showing this for a minute. I don't think everybody's going to show up for a little while. I might have to play this later. All right. I did a little spoof on everybody, okay? But that was the picture I showed you guys earlier. Now, if we have a little fun and everybody showed up here, I have to show this, all right? And it has to do with the conversation that happened on when Ben did his coil building, and Mike was helping him out building it. Now, I changed it a little bit, made it into a little Star Trek episode. Guys, I truly hope you enjoy this because I laughed my butt off listening to this. Here we go. Mike, this is the captain speaking. Have you and Ben been able to fix this? Is the captain. Mike, this is the captain speaking. Have you and Ben been able to fix the transporter yet?
That's what I'm saying. I can explain to you very simply how to verify if that ground, the third prong at the bottom, the circle hole. I think it's 3 prongs, right? 3 holes. You're in Canada? I don't know.
No. It's 3 holes. Yeah, it should be.
So you have the ground. The third hole is the ground. So you could test that ground by. You have the 2 other holes. Are they the same size or is one bigger?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
You have 3 holes. One is ground at the bottom, and the 2 that are at the top are the power. Are they the 2 holes? Are they the same size, or is one bigger?
No. They're the same size.
Same size. So it's 2. You're in Canada?
No, I'm in Michigan.
Michigan. So it can't be the same size. One slit is a little shorter.
Are you sure? Let me see.
Look closely. You need more light in there.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
I'm sorry, Mike. Did you say you had the transporter fixed?
Put the voltmeter on AC 120 volt setting. Put 1 prong in the ground and the other prong in the smaller hole. That's your hot line. And if you get 120 volts, that ground is working good. If you don't, if you get less than 120 volts, like 90 or 80, your ground is probably no good on that plug. That could cause a lot of issues for the circuit too, by the way.
Well, the problem is this only goes up to 10 amps and then it blows.
No, you don't need amps. You just need 120 volts is what it should read.
Okay. As long as it doesn't blow my fuse.
Put it on volts, not amps, volts. 120 AC volts.
This should be good to 250 volts, so we should be okay.
Hey, Gerald, come here and listen to this. I can't tell if they're fixing the transporter or not.
Right. So now put 1 prong in the ground, the other prong in the smaller hole, not the bigger one. Does
it matter which one is which?
That's a tough question. It kind of does matter. But anyway.
Wait, so the red
of the 2 holes, other than the ground hole, of the 2 holes that you have there, one is smaller. That is the smaller hole is the power. The bigger hole is the return for that power.
The negative.
Okay.
Yeah, you
so,
don't want to use that to check
all right.
your
So
ground. You want to
real
check
quick
the
before I
power.
electrocute myself, Mike, which
You're not going to.
hole do I stick this in?
Don't take the plug out. Just stick the
If
prong.
the hole is
Oh my
red, there's
God.
something wrong.
The probe has two prongs, two metal.
I'm sorry.
You
This
put one
got
prong
really
in the
weird.
ground and the other prong in the smaller of the two holes that are left.
But it doesn't matter which one is which.
No, it does. One of the probes, you have two probes from the voltmeter. One goes, no, it doesn't matter which one of the two goes in the ground. No, it doesn't.
Okay,
Answer
so I
your
can put the black one in the ground and then
Yeah.
the red one in the
Yeah.
small slot.
Yes. Sorry, I
Okay.
misunderstood you there.
No, it's okay. We're talking about putting things in holes.
Yeah, easy to get confused.
Mike prefers a certain one.
So yeah, if you don't see a 120 volts right away, just wiggle it around till you get a good connection. You should see either 120 volts or like less than that, like maybe
It's just
100
too
volts.
easy.
Yeah, 120.
Okay, your ground is good. You just verified it. It's good ground.
Nice.
Now, just so you know, if it read less than 120, like around 100 or 90 or 80, that ground is no good.
Oh,
Right. Okay. It was actually slightly above 120. So is that normal?
Yeah, you're
It's
good,
like
you're good.
120.3.
The ground
Okay.
is good. You're good.
Awesome.
Just make sure you're firmly connected to that third prong into your circuit.
something tells me we're never getting this transporter fixed.
If you were to put one prong into ground and the other prong into the return, you wouldn't get anything because it's not source. You're not hitting source. You want to go from ground
Oh
to,
my
from
God.
source to ground to get a reading.
Oh,
No, that makes sense. If it's not properly grounded, you're going to be getting a loss.
You're right, Nathan?
yeah. I'm living right now. I'm barely breathing.
I'm wiping tears over here. I'm telling you, that was the best.
Mike's best segment ever. I swear.
That was awesome.
Oh, sorry about that, guys. I'm muted. Oh, I was trying to hold back my tears in the background from laughing at this thing, man. Oh, just absolutely brilliant. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna have to play that a little bit later, man. It was too good. It was way too good not to have a little bit of spoof on it, man. Mike, I love you, man. That was an absolutely brilliant. Oh, God. The funny thing is you know what? He was being serious the whole time. And he was just trying to help Ben with the ground wire. Oh. I'm sorry, guys, for not talking. I'm just trying to get in all the comments here that are coming in from you guys. I keep putting it in the wrong hole. Oh, Ben played along so good. He didn't catch on right away. That was one of the greatest things ever, man. He just kept going. Oh, you know what? I think honestly, man, I'm gonna just have to put that out as like a one-off on the channel there, so that everybody can watch it again. Wrong probe. Oh my, geez. That's so awesome. I gotta tell you, hey Gerald, you're not safe from this, buddy. I got the whole conversation with you and Ian, man. You guys are getting a little spoof next, man. Oh, it's so much fun, man. I'm glad everybody enjoyed it, man. That was really cool. Oh, God. That's great. All right, guys, you want to hear it again? Oh man, what a conversation. What did you miss? All right, here we go. Let's just do it one more time, Mike, guys. This is the captain speaking. Have you and Ben been able to fix the transporter yet?
That's what I'm saying. I can explain to you very simply how to verify if that ground, the third prong at the bottom, the circle hole. I think it's 3 prongs, right? 3 holes. You're in Canada? I don't know.
No. It's 3 holes. Yeah, it should be.
So you have the ground. The third hole is the ground. So you could test that ground by. You have the 2 other holes. Are they the same size or is one bigger?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
You have 3 holes. One is ground at the bottom, and the 2 that are at the top are the power. Are they the 2 holes? Are they the same size, or is one bigger?
No. They're the same size.
Same size. So it's 2. You're in Canada?
No, I'm in Michigan.
Michigan. So it can't be the same size. One slit is a little shorter.
Are you sure? Let me see.
Look closely. You need more light in there.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I'm sorry, Mike. Did you say you had the transporter fixed?
Put the voltmeter on AC 120 volt setting. Put one prong in the ground and the other prong in the smaller hole. That's your hot line. And if you get 120 volts, that ground is working good. If you don't, if you get less than 120 volts, like 90 or 80, your ground is probably no good on that plug. That could cause a lot of issues for the circuit too, by the way.
Well, the problem is this only goes up to 10 amps and then it blows.
No, you don't need amps. You just need 120 volts is what it should read.
Okay. As long as it doesn't blow my fuse.
Put it on volts, not amps, volts. 120 AC volts.
This should be good to 250 volts, so we should be okay.
Hey, Gerald, come here and listen to this. I can't tell if they're fixing the transporter or not.
Right. So now put one prong in the ground, the other prong in the smaller hole, not the bigger one. Does
it matter which one is which?
That's a tough question. It kind of does matter. But anyway.
Wait, so the red
of the 2 holes, other than the ground hole, of the 2 holes that you have there, one is smaller. That is the smaller hole is the power. The bigger hole is the return for that power.
The negative. Okay.
Yeah, you don't want to use that to.
All right. So real quick before I electrocute myself, Mike, which hole do I stick this in?
Don't stick the plug out. Just stick the prong.
If the hole is red, there's something wrong.
The probe has two prongs, 2 metal.
I'm sorry.
Put one prong in the ground and the other prong in the smaller of the 2 holes that are left.
But it doesn't matter which one is which.
No, it does. One of the probes, you have 2 probes from the voltmeter. One goes, no, it doesn't matter which one of the 2 goes in the ground. No, it doesn't.
Okay, so I can put the black one in the ground and then the red one in the small slot.
Yes. Sorry, okay. I misunderstood you there.
No, it's okay. We're talking about putting things in holes.
Yeah, easy to get confused.
Mike prefers a certain one.
So, yeah, if you don't see a 120 volts right away, just wiggle it around till you get a good connection. You should see either 120 volts or like less than that, like maybe 100
too
volts.
Easy.
Yeah, 120.
Okay, your ground is good. You just verified it. It's good ground.
Nice.
Now, just so you know, if it read less than 120, like around 100 or 90 or 80, that ground is no good.
Oh,
right. Okay. It was actually slightly above 120. So is that normal?
Yeah, you're good.
It's like 120.3.
The ground is good. Good. Awesome. Just make sure you're firmly connected to that third prong into your circuit.
Something tells me we're never getting this transporter fixed.
If you were to put one prong into ground and the other prong into the return, you wouldn't get anything because it's not source. You're not hitting source. You want to go from ground.
Oh my
from
God.
source to ground to get a read.
Oh,
No, that makes sense. If it's not properly grounded, you're going to be getting a loss.
You're right, Nathan.
yeah. I'm living right now. I'm barely breathing.
I'm wiping tears over here. I'm telling you, that was the best.
Mike's best segment ever. I swear.
That was awesome.
Oh my. How do you not laugh at that? Oh my God. Oh, it's gonna take me a minute to get something serious, man. Oh, that is the best segment ever that I couldn't help myself, man. It just sounded like a transporter conversation. Maybe it's just sick in the head that I am. Oh, did you find the right hole? Is it grounded? Which one of the three do I use? Oh man, sorry about that, guys. Oh, all right. Where do we even start again? Oh, that's right. It was priceless. Oh, wow, man. We're like an hour into the show and nobody's showing up, man. That's so funny. Oh, what happened to Ben? Oh, Gerald, you're coming in, man. Oh, yeah. I definitely okay, guys. I'll put that on the channel, man. It's you're gonna have to watch it a couple times. I'll send it to Mike and Ben as well, and Gerald, so you guys can put it on there. Oh, it's just too good. Yeah, we know, Mike, you're being 100% serious, man. That was the best part of it. Oh, yeah, we need some more parts, Captain. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I put it together like 30 minutes ago, man. And let me just tell you, Mike, I couldn't stop laughing, dude. Like even now, when I listen to it back, I couldn't stop laughing. I had to get through it on a straight face and actually, you know what I mean, say the parts that I needed to say. Oh my God, yeah. It was hard to keep a straight face to do that. Oh. We're gonna have to. All right. Okay. Let's talk about something else, guys. All right. We'll get back to that one. Let me share my screen again. Okay. All right. We looked at that one, looked at the other one, looked at that one. Okay. So, talk about the magnetic fields and what they create. So, when we look at this looks like the Van Allen belt, right? Well, it's actually kind of the same thing that you're going to get when you start creating a coil the way that we're building them. You see on the outside all the energy out there, the field that's going out there. It's constantly be creating new. It's constantly rebuilding itself. In the inside, you got the toroidal structure. Now, we all learned from yesterday, we have toroidal and toroidal. So we now have a field, you know, it's going around in a circle on the inside. We have a field that goes on the outside that's even bigger, and one plays off the other. Because of the toroidal field on the inside on this one, you're actually getting the charge compression of the other field on the outside. So now you can start to see how they work. The fields are always kept off the center because it's a magnetic field. The actual other part can't collapse into it. Okay, it has to stay in that round feature on the outside. Sorry. It has to stay on that round feature on the outside. It can't come back in. But anyway, this right here, this field tells you what's going on in one of these things. It also makes sense for a magnetosphere to be built this way. We're building the coils this way. So what is that trying to tell you? That we're on the right path of doing this, and it's coming out just right. So we also know that inside there, we see the secondary field. Now, what is this? This is going to be like the surface of our Earth, right in here. We're actually in a time dilation field right now. So based on where we're sitting, the field on the outside is in one dilation, right? So we know that if you're a spaceman up there in the space station, time's going to change just a little bit. Not a lot, just a little bit. But what does that also mean? That the reverse is true. So if you're on the inner part of the Earth, you're also getting part of the time dilation. So your field in there might be increased because the amount of energy and frequency in there is increased. So you may be at a much different time scale than we are. You may live longer than we do. It may be a whole different set of parameters going on. I mean, after all, we're getting bombarded with waves by living on the surface of the Earth. So as the waves come in from the sun itself, it pushes upon this field here on the outside and is pushing it in towards us on the planet. That's how we're getting the feel of the energy and light. You see, you can't see from between the sun and the Earth, it doesn't look like there's any light. Light only appears when it comes into some contact with something else, and it uses and burns off the energy as light. That's why light speed has to be understood in a different way, and they got it wrong because they're basing it on observable light. Well, the light in between is not observable. Therefore, there is nothing to heat it up. Therefore, it moves much faster than what they think it does because of what it's doing. So, it also means our distances to each planet or solar system is going to be wrong. It's always good to keep that known understanding, but as you see these fields building, you can start to see what's going on now. So, I just wanted to show that thing right there. Oh, man. I'm trying to keep a straight face by doing this, guys. It's kind of hard. Also, the periodic table, yes. So, if you start to understand transmutation in these fields and you know the top and bottom is the vortex, and then you start to see where most of the gold is versus the rest of the planet, you'll start to understand something that anywhere that you had a spot where it was a north and south pole at one point in time in history, you're going to find a lot of gold. Pretty much as simple as you get. A lot of quartz veins, a lot of gold. And do I think that there's going to be a pole shift? No, I don't. Do I think that there's going to be a movement of the pole left to right or somewhere else? Yeah, I do. But from switching from north to south, no, not that way. Do I think it's going to shift in the dimension it's in? Yeah, I do. So I think the inside of this thing, this resonance chamber, is kind of floating in there. It's set in one position now. Some kind of earthquake or something that it creates may shift it to another position. And then we're going to be looking at parts of the map as different as north and south. Just to keep that in mind. That's my personal opinion on it. I don't know that anybody else shares that, but that's the way I see it working. It also makes sense when you guys start looking at things around the planet. Understand this. With this type of field right here, you're going to get a secondary effect with your time and your gravity. So, what does that mean? When you see something out of place, you say, why why does on the top of a mountain look like it's a whole area to live in? Well, put water around it. Now it'll make more sense. If the water was that high, guess what? At some point in our history, this is exactly what it was. Pretty good understanding, right? Why are rocks shaped like vents from the bottom of the ocean? Well, it's because they were. What happens if you see different structures in the desert and you go, oh, well, that structure would make sense if it was underwater because water traveling through there constantly would have a massive erosion, but it would do it in a spherical manner instead of a manner that we see now. Now it starts to make sense. We see pyramids on the bottom of the ocean, right? Well, at one time that had to be above the ocean. So what's going on? It's your gravity shift. Every time gravity shifts, it creates a different time dilation. So is it faster to go back that many years, or is it slower to go back in that many years? Who knows? I just know that it's different. They always tell you the soldiers on the ground, right? You see the soldiers in the cave and you only see them from the knee up and they look like ghosts, right? Well, the surface of the earth was different then, wasn't it? And because it was different then, they were in a different time. How that ties into the dilation? Well, we're going to have to still figure that out, aren't we? But I know it's there. And it has to do with the amount of gravity that's on the surface of our Earth in that time dilation field. And what's the biggest factor that we're going to come with? All of it. Well, if the sun puts out more energy, then it's going to change our gravitational field. If we have another energy source coming in, planet X, whatever, it's also going to change the field as well, which means our gravity is going to change as well. So you say, oh my God, Antarctica is under 6 miles of ice. Well, that doesn't make a lot of sense right now because that's above the surface of the planet. But if the water level was higher and the water froze, then 6 miles down, it wouldn't be a problem, would it? Because you would go, okay, well, we're on the surface where the water was, and then it froze downward. Well, okay, well, that makes perfect sense now, but it makes no sense to us right now in our time because we don't see it that way. We see it as it's going up. So a simple understanding of gravity changes through time, it makes everything start to fall in place with how things work. You want to say, okay, we got this whole thing that's going around the earth, right? We see the ocean floor pulled up and we can see it in sediment layers around the earth. Well, what's the problem? The outside has a round part to it like this, right? And it's only there. Then there's another one on the other side of the planet, but it's like over here like this. What is that saying to you? It means that we captured a body. Think about a guy with a hammer, okay, and he's doing the hammer throw. He grabs the hammer and he spins around. And as he does, his arms will pull in and it'll push out. His arms will pull in and it'll push out. And it has to do with the amount of centered mass on his body versus the hammer. Just think of it the same way as the moon comes in as a capture. It works the same way. We cannot pull the surface of our ocean to the surface without an enormous mass to do it and gravitational pull. Then it locks the moon in place. Once it does, we only see one side of it. It makes more sense than if it built as two bodies born from one body, right? Or some mass coming together. I don't think that it did. I think we captured that moon. It could be that it was put in place and it's hollow. Who knows? Okay. All I know is there's a capture effect that's shown on the Earth's surface if you can take it from what it actually is. And how many millions of years ago was that? You know what I mean? Back when the dinosaurs died kind of age? Yeah. There's a giant understanding here missing. But putting the pieces in the puzzle that actually makes sense in a physics way, now it starts to make sense. All those things are known. We can calculate those things now. Okay? What can we also calculate? If our Van Allen belt goes out so far, right? All we have to do is take in geometry a sphere calculation and then reduce it. What is each field's distance going backwards? For this one, we know that goes out. Now go backwards. Calculate that distance of that one. When you get down to the Earth, where does that mean the spheres go? You'll find that it goes to right where our ozone layer is, and then right under our feet somewhere. Geometry tells you the answer there, guys. You just have to calculate the size of the sphere and know exactly how much it's coming back, and then you'll have your answers. So anyway, and by the way, if you capture a moon, let me just say this to everybody out there who wants to talk about a big asteroid. What the heck do you think's falling on the Earth when you capture something that size? I mean, obviously, it had to come from somewhere, and it had to fall into our Earth. So yeah, it would be a meteor shower everywhere with all kinds of different things. Okay, something exploded somewhere in our solar system, and we got all of it. Okay, and I don't think it was just one. It shows that it would have been pockmarked all over the entire world. And it would make sense if you had some kind of a body like that in the solar system, it'll knock something loose. Well, that's a perfect explanation for me. So what does that tell you about Mars? Maybe we just need to take those two little junky moons and make it into one big moon. Maybe then it'll self-correct. Maybe then you'll get tidal force and you'll be able to pull the water that's inside the planet out. For those of you who don't know, inside the planet, there's a lot more mass of water than there is on the surface of the planet. So as gravity hits more and more intense, it sucks back in more into the planet. But as gravity releases itself and goes further out, we get more water that comes up to the surface of the planet. So for those out there who think that, oh my God, we're going to melt the ice, and the ice is the biggest factor in flooding, that is the wrong way to think. The water's under the surface of where we know the surface to be, and it'll come up all at once if our gravity changes at once. So we have more to worry about than a little bit of ice chipping off and falling into the ocean. So, all right, let's take a look at another one, see what else we got here. Yeah, we've all seen this one. We've pretty much just covered this with the other one. We all know where everything is, what we're looking at creating. And by the way, if there's a toroidal structure, it would be all the difference in where the equator is, because it's basically telling you where lava flows at. That's it. It's telling you where the lava flow is and all the heat and energy is coming in there, and then you're going to get a magnetic field around lava. We all see it when you see basalt. Basalt is the product of lava when it dries. So there you go. I mean, it pretty much tells you what you need to know about how things are created here. We just have to stop thinking in the matter of wire and coils and things like that and start thinking back, how does the earth work? What are the products that are in the earth? What are the metals that are in the earth? How magnetic are they? Then you start to understand a little bit different. Okay, let's look at this one. Again, we're looking at fields and geometry structures here. This goes to like what Merkaba's working on. When you start to create a resonance chamber inside your machine, and hopefully everybody remembers the Merkaba machine, where you had all the different coils going in, you had the sphere magnet in the center, and then it rotated in circles, right? Well, that's pretty much what you're doing. So why would it create different shapes in there and different things? Well, it all depends on where your frequency is coming from the outside and which direction you're giving it. So if you're going on the outside, say, for instance, in this shape here, then you're probably going to get a Merkaba in the center of it, right? Well, what happens when you change it? Can you make it a hexagon on the top, like Saturn? Or excuse me, is it Saturn or Jupiter? I forgot which. Anyway, can you do it? Yeah. So what happens when you start doing that and you start making this thing a frequency chamber now? Well, you start to get different things that appear. What do you want to appear? What structure are you looking for? See, that's building a coil without putting the coil in there. You're just basically building the resonance in the chamber, and that's creating your effect. So What happens if he starts to enclose this thing that he builds? Well, you'll start to get something totally different going on. It's going to resonate at the frequency where he has it turned on to. Once one frequency matches the other side, you're going to get a resonance. Depending on how many are in there, the resonance will not just change once, it'll change 2 or 3 or 4 times in the amount of the complete resonance that goes on. Remember, a Tesla coil, when you first started out, the coil on the outside might be 300 kilohertz. The coil on the inside might be 300 kilohertz, but together they resonate at 260 kilohertz. Well, what happens when you have more than one? Okay? Well, say I got a third coil. Say I got a fourth coil. Say I got a fifth coil. What happens to those coils when you combine the resonance? Well, it changes. I always say that they say the frequency coming out of the earth, they say healing, they say this frequency over here is good for your mood, this frequency is for that, right? But it's a resonance frequency. It's not just a frequency. It's the resonance of the frequency. That's what it is. So multiple things resonating together. When we're all in church together and we got to sing, guess what? We all sound horrible, but when we put it together, it sounds beautiful because we're resonating together. So it's kind of an understanding of how this works here. So resonance chambers are absolutely amazing when you go and look at that kind of stuff. Okay. So I'll take a look at the next one here. Let's see. We got more geometry shapes here. So it tells you a little bit about some of the geometries and what they're actually there for. Understanding, wisdom, okay, mercy. This is more of a teaching type of thing in different religions and stuff when you get to this. So if you're going to make something out of a mandala, you should probably read this. It might be important to why they put it in there. Now, could it have a second meaning? Oh, yeah, it could, and it does. But this is one of the other meanings that they have for it. So, yeah, it's really some understanding here, guys. Sorry I haven't been in the chat. I'm kind of running solo here, guys. So, I can't put everything up. Right on, brother. Thanks for joining. You know, hopefully you saw the earlier funny part, man. It was great. So, all right. Girl, what's up, brother?
Han Solo. That's good.
You don't have any volume.
Just kidding. Can you hear me now?
Right on, guys.
And
actually, it'd be good to have Gerald's perspective on this.
no, absolutely not. I don't do that.
There's no volume, Gerald. Your mic's not working. They'll get it fixed, man.
Can you hear me now?
No, still nothing, Gerald. Yeah, we'll give them a minute to figure it out. Anyway, I just wanted to show you this, guys. So you look at the one that says HOD on it, right? We all recognize that as a square. But on the outside, there's a secondary coil. We all see it as it wraps around. Maybe there's a more of a meaning there than you think there is.
Testing.
They're not just showing it as the square. Commonly, we see it up at the top, okay, as just a square. But there's also a circle around it. Could it just be that they're saying that there's a border to build it? Well, how do they know I'm building a coil? You know what I mean? There must be something more to it than what they're telling us.
How about now?
So we see it when we get down to the other ones. We can start to see more and more and more outside field, right? Well, there's another meaning to everything. All these things, you know, they're not just a standard meaning to something. There's always something more that you have to understand about these things. You see dimensions come into this. You see the understandings that each religion believes in based on these sacred geometries. There's a reason for every single part of it. Some things you can go into, some things you can't. Some of them have to do with just well-being, okay? And that's what they're building them for. Just take these things, put them in 3D right there. Start to reimagine how these things work. Start to imagine them different in the fields that they create. Gerald, did you get volume?
Can you hear me now?
No?
No, you can't hear me?
Not yet.
So you can't hear fuck!
Oh, it's so great.
I'll fix it.
They're saying something. All right, so now
How
let's
about
go
now?
back in this just a little bit.
Can you hear
So
me
we
now?
see the coils, we understand this, we understand that we have a certain dimension in it. Now, let's do this a little bit differently. Maybe everybody else can hear and I can't. Is that what's going on?
That'd be bad because I'm saying some shit right now.
Oh, Gerald, they can hear you. That's my headset that's off.
That's horrible.
Dude, it just turned off because nobody's saying anything but me.
Can you hear me now, guys?
Yeah, everybody can hear. I think
big mouth. We hear you, Joe. Bravo.
Joe, I think everybody heard you the whole time. It was just my headset couldn't hear you.
I'm sitting here swearing in the background, going, "What what's going on?" That's horrible. Sorry, guys. I
I'm so
apologize.
sorry, man. I'm so sorry.
It's
Oh, my
Nathan's
God.
fault. We blame it on Nathan this time. How about that?
It's 100% my fault. Yeah.
It's all
So
good.
it wasn't until she said something that I understood it. Thank you. So yeah, my fault. Oh
That's
my
funny.
God.
That's funny. We had a funny day. That freaking Star Trek, man, I was almost in tears. That was awesome, dude. That was the best.
I told you I was going to do it.
Yeah, you did. You did.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
I want my spoof next. Come on. I love laughing at myself, man. That's the best. So bring it.
Oh. So, Gerald,
Yes.
what do you think about these coil shapes and stuff like that? We're talking dimensionality, right? So as you build one of these dimensions out, what is the other side of it in dimensions that you might take out of it?
Okay, I will say this. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 7 different templates in this picture that are in my quills.
In just this one page?
In just this one page, there is 7 of these sacred geometries that are in my coils. Not all in one coil, although there is one that it's debatable on. But, yep, I use pretty much all of this. And it's layers and inverted. When you're wrapping in 180 degree out of phase, it sometimes uses a completely different sacred geometry to match to the first that I used in the primary. It's kind of hard to explain because, like I said, some of the coils that I make aren't like just one type of a number sequence. It's like multiple number sequences in that one number sequence, and then I'll do the other prime, like that's the primary, then I'll do the secondary, and then it's slightly different so that the geometry of the whole coil comes out the way I want it. Does that make sense?
Makes perfect sense.
Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, this is awesome.
So when you look at the outside here, there's a shape that's in the center, but there's a shape on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it matches what you're building in your coil when you say 180 out. There's going to be a coil built on the outside of it.
Yeah. Yeah, but for the audience, that doesn't. I get what you mean by that. When you're wrapping these coils, your toroid forms by going on the inside of your circle, right? And then, is that what you mean by it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the outside will actually look like it's a separate coil, or it's built into the coil right there.
Yeah.
But it's how you're wrapping each layer with each design.
Yeah, it forms as you're layering it and as you're wrapping it. It actually becomes that three-dimensional form after doing so many layers. So you won't even see it until the end.
It's so cool.
Yeah, that's where sacred geometry is. It's key. And if you know how to wind these coils properly, man, the shapes you come up with are amazing. Now there's like maybe 15 primary sacred geometrical shapes, but you can couple different shapes into one system and do less winds of one shape, more winds of another. And the way that you play with that forms different coils, and each coil will compress your field differently on your primary and your secondary, making your whole dynamic system the way you want it to be. So if you want your field to be an hourglass, you've got to form a pinch. So it'd be something like the last coil on the bottom left, like number 12. So that would form a type of pinch. Maybe not necessarily the one you're going for, but that forms a type of pinch that will allow that shape to form through the fields when they're being pulsed.
Okay. By the way, there's one in here that's absolutely insane. Unless you had a diagram, you would never know it's there. Unless you actually wound one of these. So, hey, I got a question for you because I don't want to go too into it because your thing, right? For a first-time coil builder, what would you suggest they do as just a simple thing? Say like 3-layer coil, something that they could test with. Is there any certain thing or anything you got in that realm?
Something that would, give me a sec here, because leave that picture up. Let me look at something here. So you want a beginner's coil based on something you're seeing here. Yeah, I would do the I don't know. I think the simplest for anyone to do would be the square. Squaring the circle, so to speak, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That would probably be your best. Like,
and you could produce a measurable result out of it. Like, can you put a meter up to it? Can you get any kind of field growing in it?
You know what? You can, but it's not much of one. If you want a basic number sequence, like to build your first coil, yeah, I'd say go with the square. I'd say go with the square.
So if I built the square out and then I put a coil in the center, right, or close to one of the sides in the center, would I get a pickup value?
I'll tell you what. I'll build one for Wednesday, and I'll answer that question.
Okay.
Just take me like 10 minutes to build it. I already have my jig up. I'm working on something I'm finishing right now. So, yeah. Okay, I'll build one for Wednesday. I'll write that down right now so I don't forget. Because
well, hold on. I don't want to get in the way of you doing your circuits now.
Well, no. I'm still haven't got my MJEs in, but I stripped apart 2 TVs. So I have a couple horizontal deflection transistors I can play with, and another positive circuit that I've been testing. So
Well-
it's not negative bias. It's a little different, but I'm waiting for. I had to order new 2N3055s. Those are the transistors that was on the circuit you seen with the switch on the plexiglass. I blew that with that new coil.
Oh,
Yeah, well, okay. So that new coil allows me to turn a square wave into a sine wave. But I didn't know how to change the parameters of the coil while, like, when I was testing it. How do I explain that? So it's like a trifilar coil, right? There's a third coil wrapped into the geometry, but it's 90 degrees out of phase. So it hits it at the quarter wave. So I'm able to tap the top of the peak of the wave.
nice.
Right? But before I learned how to use the coil properly, I blew up, man, maybe 9 transistors, 10 transistors, because I was getting feedback on my coil, and it's bifilar, right? But then there's this quarter wave coil, and I shouldn't have been blowing up transistors. I've been dealing with this for 12 years, right? But that added little bit, it changes everything. I think I found something that this is going to be the one that everybody needs. It's sacred geometry, sure, but that quarter wave coil, the last additive, literally, I'm not sure if you need transistors with it, in a sense where, like, you know how you're making a power inverter circuit? You would need a 2N3055 and an MJ2N3055. Not 355, it's a 2N55. And what it is it's a NPN transistor and a PNP transistor.
Okay.
They do this back and forth, right? And as they're doing so, they're creating AC, and it's an inverter. Now, when you only have 2 transistors, you only get something like 100 watts, right? But from my tests, what I'm seeing is you only need a transistor to fire the coil. In the back end of the coil, you're getting a sine wave. So I don't know if that's, well, I know it's not normal, and that's the whole purpose behind gas-powered generators, is to literally, you're spinning your field and you're creating a sine wave in order to run your equipment. Well, I think I've achieved that without moving parts because of the way that the coils wound. Still preliminary tests, but like I said, I blew everything up and I was like, wow. And then I got it working, and I've got pictures of the, sorry, brain fart. I got pictures of the wave form, but I got to transfer it from my oscilloscope to the computer. And I just got off work. I cleaned up, made a coffee, and sat down because I knew you were by yourself, right? So I wasn't quite prepared. I apologize. But Wednesday, I'll show that.
Okay.
Yeah, Wednesday. So
Right.
square wave to sine wave. It's like, it's insane, because if that's the case, then we all need to be building these coils in order to for power inverters, and all it is
Yeah.
a transformer, right?
Yeah.
That's
Well,
the key.
Here's the one thing I was going to share with you, Gerald. I'll take this down for a second. If you don't have time because they don't come in the parts, okay, just simply
You want the
do
theory
this.
like what you did with that was beautiful. I thank you for that. I should have done that a long time ago. I kept trying to do the circuit live and solder it and explain it. That's my bad. I waited too long. It was dumb. I should have just done this, and I'm so glad you did it. Thank you, Nathan, because you explained it perfectly. Perfectly. I couldn't have done better.
So it's just the basically the transistor is just a heat sensor. It's set to overload first.
Well, yeah, and what it does is, like, and you could use diodes for that. You could use fuses and this, that, and the other, but I was using the transistor in order to allow the heat to blow the transistor. It was giving me more of a variance of voltage to play with. It was giving me more, what's the word I'm looking for? By using the transistor in that way with a stereo, allowed me to collect more voltage than what is if I was using a fuse. It acted as like a higher version of a fuse, so to speak. You know what I mean?
Oh, I do.
Yeah.
I also know that it helped you with your back EMF and picking it up because it would handle the spikes in it.
Yep. Yep. And any heat just went into the resistors. So, yeah.
So it was, just so you know, I think it was 400 volts, 15 amps in that transistor, something like that.
Yeah.
So when you would you put 12 volts in, you get a spike out of it. You know what I mean? It could be up to 300 volts in the spike. It'd still handle it in the transistor, but it wouldn't throw it back through that resistor because it's the path of least resistance. So then it forced it back into the transistor.
When I was getting spikes bigger than like 500 volts, you have a certain amount of time before you blow the transistor, as long as that spike's fast enough, right? But what would happen is that spike, when I get it above 500 volts, it was usually so quick, it feed back through the resistors, and it would just shut the stereo off. Because my stereo that I was using had an automatic cutoff switch in it. So it happened to work for my benefit. Yeah.
Right on. Yeah, I know Ben wanted to build this. By the way, guys, I could probably pull this one up. When you see the upper right-hand corner of this picture, that's exactly the way it came up in the when I looked up the transistor. Okay, the exact flow, the exact way. People told me, well, you drove PNP when it's an NPN. This is what it said. Okay, I could pull the number right now if you want. You know what? Matter of fact, I will. MJE 13009.
Yep, that's the one. And when I ordered mine, I managed to order a bunch of original, like the old ones. I don't know if it was old stock from somewhere or whatever, but that's why it's taking so long. It's aggravating.
Yeah, trust me, I know.
That transistor is the first transistor I used to create ball lightning, and it's the first transistor. It was the transistor I was using when I did that experiment. Excuse me. That affected the clocks.
It affected the clock. That's the one?
That's the one. Because if it's high, it has a very high rise time and fall time. So it's a really fast switching, right?
Okay.
And yeah, so I've had a lot of good experiments happen with that transistor. MJE 13009.
So if you look to the right over here, you see what I'm looking at, right?
Yeah.
It shows the flow the same. It says NPN on it.
Yeah.
So just so everybody knows, I know I got questioned about it. Guys, that's what it showed me. And that's how I saw the flow once it showed that to me. So that's what I put on the board. So for anybody who questioned that, you know what I mean, throughout the week, just understand that's what it was. Okay. I wasn't trying to lie to anybody or send some false truth out there for anybody. It just, I should have shown that in the video so there wouldn't be that question. It's my fault. Okay. Anyway, I want to get back to this real quick. So yeah, but Gerald, if you could do that, if you don't get the parts in, that'd be awesome. And just show the flow direction so people don't get confused.
Yeah, you want the theory. Wow. Just looking for my pen.
So what I generally do, just I give them point to point where you're going to solder it.
Yeah.
Then I'll do the theory of it and then the flow direction. So
Good pointers.
Yeah,
Do that if I don't get them.
That way it helps people, because then even if we don't have the parts, that they can follow the circuit, see where it flows, why it's being
you're not
used.
getting frustrated like poor Ian going, ah! Sorry, Ian, that's my bad. Yeah, I'll get Nathan. Hey, I'll get Nathan to draw them. I'll draw them and give them to him. We'll have a laugh, and then we'll do it properly.
I'm telling you, at some point, man, I'm going to draw that for people and animate it like I did that Star Trek thing, because it's absolutely priceless, Gerald. It's something that has to be shared with the world at some point.
I'll even dub some audio for that, talking about dilithium crystals, and I'll draw this big. We could do some crazy stuff, Nathan. I'm telling you.
Oh my God!
Yeah, we'll have fun with it,
dude. That was the best, wasn't it, with Mike?
It was epic. It was. I laughed so hard. I laughed so hard.
Oh my God! You should have seen me kind of
frustrated. No, the probe goes in the hole that's bigger. It's like, yeah, that's funny.
Oh man, I'm actually glad we were off camera at that point, because we were laughing so hard in the background. That's all it would have shown through the whole thing. And in this way, it came out with such clear audio almost, you know what I mean, for the whole thing. And then Ben played along right with it until he finally, it got in his head of what was going on and why we were laughing. Just the best, dude. Oh. All right, Gerald, I'm going to show you this.
It was funny.
You and Victor were talking about this, and also Ian was talking about it.
Victor, that paper he was talking about and I have it up on my page right now, Oscillating Space-Time by John A. Mackin. Incredible paper. I'm like a quarter of the way through it, and I'm very excited about it. All right. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just trying to tell everybody the 9 and 11 in this and how they did it and the division and stuff, the fractals that they get out of it, the geometries that go along with it. And also this one shows you the tune. So minor second, minor third, perfect fourth, things like that. It's showing everything in here. It's also showing the square root of 2, square root of 3, you know what I mean? Phi.
Is this on Google or?
Oh, it's something that I picked up when I was looking through this coil stuff to see, what they were doing.
Yeah.
Somebody out there already figured this thing out. You know what I mean?
Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
Zoom it in. Okay, I'll zoom it in. Give me a second.
In fact, Victor and Joe and you were talking, and I've got notes. Because Victor hit some nails on the head.
Yeah.
And it direct nails. Like, if you understood what he said, you could have wrapped one of my coils right from what he said. And it blew my mind. I was like, okay, so that just clarifies that what I was shown is absolutely true. So what comes next? Oh, we're going to have some fun this year. Yeah. Right? So unless I get, I don't know, disappeared. Got some interesting inventions coming out this year.
Well, I could tell you right now, Gerald, and I want you to do your presentation so bad. Okay. And I'll tell you why. Hold on. I've got this thing almost nailed. And the thickness, the outside look of it, the different layers, the shapes that I think that are in it. Okay. I think I'm like 90% there. Okay. So I have to ask you, once I get it done, how do I do it and put it, because it's screwed into the table, right?
Yep.
How do I get the screws out without it losing the form on it and losing the tightness of it before I could put it in the epoxy?
That's why I use zip ties.
That's why you use what?
Zip ties.
Right. It gives you the pinch, but it doesn't like this way.
Oh no, it does. It holds everything together. Those zip ties are more important than you think. I used at one point I was using fishing line, like 30-pound test, but it's very, I don't know, it's kind of a pain in the ass to work with. So if to be quick, I use zip ties, but the issue with zip ties is you got to wiggle them in to get them into that hole past your screw or your bolt, whatever you're using, and then pull them through and lightly zap them until you get them all kind of done. Otherwise, when you take your nail or your bolt out, it falls apart, lose form.
Okay.
When I built the gold one, I did that on video. I don't know if I want to show that one. You know what I'll do? When I do the square one for Wednesday, maybe I should just do that as a tutorial. And then show you how to zap strap it so that you kind of see how it works.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what I'll do. Can you see my board? You can't, eh?
No, I can't see it right
But
now.
I got secrets on it.
Always got secrets.
No, not much. Just talking about homopolar generators and high voltage static coming together, making a high wattage system. Talked about that. It was on one of your videos.
Just yesterday.
Yeah. But I figured out something about the power of 3, time, and space, and ball lightning, and how important batteries are, and specifically lead acid. I'm on live just so. So yeah, that's going to be something that's going to be brought up, probably part of my presentation, because lead acid batteries are key. Bedini knew it. He knew it, but he didn't say it in that way. But he did make it very clear that his battery that ran the system and the battery that was being charged are completely different. You cannot charge the back battery the same way you charge the front battery. Why is that? Because one battery becomes positively charged generally, and the other one becomes negatively charged generally, in the sense that if you put them in the right circuit, they complete the circuit. Right? So that's something I'll go over because it has to do with coils, it has to do with time, space, how the waves interact, what the waves create, what they compress and release. There's what Victor was saying. Telling you, Victor, I and you should do like a full podcast on like right after I'm done my presentation. And I have to do my presentation soon. Otherwise, Victor's going to let the cat out of the bag because he's dead on. And I've been checking out like all day yesterday and today. I've been watching Fractal Woman. I agree with 85% of her hypothesis. But Victor's got it. Okay. So I need to do my presentation before he gets the aha moment and releases it by accident.
Hey man, it's only been 3 months we've been waiting, Gerald.
Hey, it's not my fault. I blame APEC. I'm kidding. APEC rocks. I've been taking my time for a reason. Now think about this. If I had done my presentation 2 months ago, you wouldn't have had quite the understanding about what I was going to discuss as you do today. Even a month ago, look at how much we've gone over and learned, bringing Victor into the group, bringing in others that have made those puzzles, those pieces come together, not just for you, but for others, right? The comment section blows up when we get into heavy topics because they understand too. So now when I do my presentation, you guys are all going to get it like that. And I don't have to worry about explaining things in detail because everybody explained it to everyone else by just their very learning. And that's beautiful to me. That's my joy. That to me, I could die tomorrow Once I'm done, well, let me take that back, okay?
Yeah, I'll start saying that.
Yeah, after I'm done my presentation, I can die a happy man because that means that what I'm going to show, the people that are watching it are going to understand it and take it to another level or take it to other people that can take it to other levels. That makes me happy. I've done my work. Know what I mean? That's how I feel. I don't know. I'm not, like I said, oh, and I made a video. You inspired me to make a video. Not a Star Trek kind of thing. But remember that picture you sent me meditating in the water and the line?
Oh, yeah.
I put a speech to it.
You did?
Yeah, it's going to be cool. It has to do with inventors, engineers. It's cool. I'm just figuring out how to put music to it that's not going to get it canceled, right? So I'm looking for something old, maybe Beethoven's Fifth or something in the background.
Oh, they'll get you for that. Go to YouTube's free music. It's on your.
Sorry.
YouTube's free music is on your studio.
Oh, yeah.
And just go there. You can get all the free stuff you want. Or here you go, right here. This is the man you want to talk to right here, Gerald. Talk to Joe. He made the song that goes for our show.
Okay. I just wrote it on my board. But yeah, you know what? I'll bug Joe about it.
Yeah, did you hear that song, by the way?
Yeah, I loved it. I loved it. And Gerald has it under his bit. That was great.
Yeah.
I told my boy about it. He's like, I got to hear that. Because he likes Limp Bizkit and stuff like that, right?
Yeah. Well, that's right up everybody's alley right there. Even Mike Faraday had it on his shorts, on his channel.
Nice.
So,
I'm going to put it on mine for sure. That rocks. Joe's
you rock, Joe.
Man.
Yeah. He did a real good job. He did it in a pinch, too, because we were like, I think 45 minutes to airtime, and he just threw it together for us.
I got it. Joe's the ship's philosopher. He's that guy that sits in the back with the big bong, and he's writing all his philosophies on the board and making tunes for the ship. That's it. That's what it is.
That's so awesome, man. Well, I love it because every show's so different. You know what I mean? When we do it, like we get all of us together and we talk about all this, and then Joe comes on and just like puts a total different perspective on everything.
Well, it's about the flow, and the more different aspects you add to the flow, it gets bigger and bigger, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, go
ahead.
It's like that picture I showed with everybody in the Star Trek uniform on the thumbnail.
I had to click on it just to look at it. I was laughing. That was awesome. I'm like, how'd you get my pecs? No.
Just that's so great. Yeah. Well, I figured I was going to spoof Mike with that video that I showed. And I go, you know what? I got to get everybody. I gotta fall asleep while I'm doing it so they can see me, you know, with my face covered, sleeping. Yeah. I had to put everything. Ben, my favorite part is Ben in the fan club. Like, you see the back of his jacket, and he's got his logo on it, and he's got his hard hat.
Yeah. Oh. That's an awesome picture, man. I you know what? That's what should go on the inside of all the lab coats.
Yeah.
That's what should go on the inside. An emblem, and then our autographs underneath. That'd be hard to do, though. You'd have to send it around, right? Everybody'd have to sign it. But, yeah, that's kind of neat.
They'd stitch them in so everybody just has to sign something, you know what I mean? And then send it in.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Joe said he'd be happy to help with that song. Damn straight. I'll get back to you on that, Joe. I think I have your email. I think. If not, I'll get it from Nathan. We're making people nervous, Nathan.
Oh, really? I haven't heard that.
Yeah. I watch patterns, right? I pick up on patterns, and I pick up on behaviors. I used to study when I was in jail. All I read was behavioral science textbooks. It's just something I did for fun. And when we started pushing and forming a theory on how this works, and you visualizing it perfectly and explaining it very well to the audience, along with Victor coming in and confirming a lot of the math, there are people in the scientific community who are putting out videos as fast as they can to get out their theories and explanations before guys like us put it out, because we're nobodies, right? So everybody's pushing to get their theory out, to get it out there, so that when the ether is proven, oh, I was there first, I wrote that paper, and well, you can go ahead and write whatever you want. I have 3 systems right now where I can flip the switch and they'll run. Those can be sold to the public once this gets out everywhere. Till then, they're just things in the box.
You know, I'll be honest with you, Gerald. They should be nervous. They haven't had to work in a long time. So now we're giving some work. We're actually making their day, because they actually get to put out a new paper. Now it's all based on what we do, and it's all our work, but they get the credit for putting out a paper, and then the university pays them, and then, you know what I mean? We get the S end of the stick.
Hey, I don't care if you put out a paper on our work. I'm honored. But mention the people that did the work. Just mention them, right? We did, like in this theory has been put out, and we honorary mention to Nathan and Gerald and because of the work that they did with their gravity flyer and their coil systems and blah, blah. That's the kind of stuff that shows respect to those that put in the thousands of hours of experimentation, documentation, video work, all that. That's all I care about. You know what I mean? Not recognition. Don't get me wrong. That's not what I mean. What I mean is just, I guess it's sort of a low-level recognition in a way, right? I don't know. How do you put that? It's not like I want my name on the paper. I want the person who wrote the paper to go, thanks for doing that work. I wrote my work on your experimentation. I appreciate it.
Yeah, based on your...
That's all I want. Let's buy me a coffee. Awesome.
Yeah.
That's what I mean, right?
Well,
okay, go ahead.
I think the funnier part is they can write all the papers they want. When we're done, we write a master paper and explains all of it. And at that point, man, you could say what you want about being the first guy. Edison, excuse me, not Edison. What's the other guy they always talk about?
Einstein.
He wasn't the first to come up with his theory. He was the loudest voice in the room and the one that put it all together. That's it. That's all there is to it. You know what I mean? So you could go out and try all you want. You don't know the numbers. You don't know the math. You don't know the angles, because you can't get the math because you don't know the angles. You don't know why they do what they do. And the one component we hold back on this whole show explains all of it.
Yep.
It truly does. And we don't even talk about it because we're not allowed to. So you're missing a whole segment of understanding that you're just not going to get anywhere else. So good luck with the paper. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'll talk to you about that other part off air about,
I've done some video work on well-being. Okay. But I got enough footage and data right now where I'm at like 37 minutes. And my editing system, program, just sucks. So I can't get it to render into a video. So I just got all these bits and pieces of video and data set up to go. So I have to actually buy a good editing program in order to finish that. But that would be something that we do, either like you said, behind a paywall or I don't know, do it on some forum or something.
NCH software is what I use.
I used to use that. I got hacked and it out the window. So I'm gonna try and download it again, but I don't know. Does it cost the one that you have, or is that free?
Oh, dude, I'll send you my key so we can put it on more than one computer.
Oh, get out.
Yeah, so it should it might work out for us. So I buy all that software, man. You know what I mean? Just like StreamYard, do all that stuff so that we can put it out together the right way.
Well, you know what? I usually do. I haven't in a while because I was getting hacked like crazy. I couldn't figure out where the hack was coming from. Then when I finally figured out my soft point, well, there was 2 of them actually. I got rid of them, and I haven't had problems since. So, plus I have my own security protocols that I follow. Right? I take stuff up. Go ahead.
I have a separate computer, man, that never goes online. That
I was about to say, yeah.
All the important stuff that I can't show right now is on it, and even that's backed up. So, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
I've got a full terabyte of just PDF scientific papers that literally prove my work. But there's so many of them, it's bits and pieces that I have to take out of every paper, right? Until this John A. Mackin has come along. So far, everything's fitting. So far. We'll see. Right? Like I said, for the last few years, I've been looking for something to fit my system, not the other way around. Right? I'm not looking for a theory to build a system. I'm looking at my system going, okay, it does this, 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 and this. What fits that? Einstein, Steinmetz, Nikola Tesla, Bedini, well, all of the above. So what fits? So I keep looking, right? And then when I met you, I've learned even more. And then now we got Victor in the picture and Ian, and it's all come together, right? And all those people, including yourself and this new paper, is not only proving what I have is real, but it's showing me the math on how it got there, right? And you were so right. Oh, I'll show you this offline. I figured out the circuit I need. I figured out the circuit I need. And I think that's it. That's the last piece. I think I got it. And it had to do with what you and Victor were talking about on the last live. Yeah, you're talking about flipping the poles a certain way. I know how to do that. I've done it through just flipping a switch, but I can't flip the switch fast enough. Well, what's a transistor? Right? So I need, and I know exactly what circuit I need too, but I don't know whether or not I use transistors or MOSFETs. I've got to talk to somebody who knows about that. I thought that your system would work, the ZVS. I don't know. I don't think so. Because
go
ahead.
Not the one that I want to say this. Not the one that's commercially available.
Yeah.
Sean's might. The one he built.
Yeah.
By the way, Sean, I just got that. Thank you. I might have to hook him up. He sent me the one he was testing with his coil, his round coil, and he's getting these big 18-inch sparks. So he built one for me and sent it to me so he could verify on my coil if it's getting the same thing. So I'm gonna have to, go with him, and we're gonna knock this thing out, man, and get it right. So, and then I'll have verification for him for anything he wants to put out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But,
yeah. That's awesome. I'm looking forward to it. I want to see what you produce. If it's the circuit, I might bug you for it. Right?
Yeah.
Victor says, seen the lighter, test the lighter torch. Okay, so when it comes to a lighter or a torch, How do I put this? When you control the back EMF and you attach the back EMF to, say, a plasma torch lighter, and you attach it to the shell of where the flame comes out, that has to be your negative, and your positive sits to the wind, you will electrify your room like that. You will create so much energy that I think your computer, just like what you were doing, it does the same thing. But what it does, it pushes, it's like forcefully shoving electrons into your room through the flame, right? I'm not sure if I'm explaining that quite right, but when I did that test, I shut it down right away. Right away. I touched my table. I'm like, ow! And grabbed my scooter because it was in the way, and I got a shock from that. I'm like, no, I got to shut it down. So what does that mean for propulsion?
Yeah, well,
right?
You saw the Sunday thing, right? And I showed you that last piece.
Last piece.
There's one last piece that we need. There's one more guy. Okay.
Yeah, right.
When I get Brandon to come in, you'll see. It's
okay.
Different level. Okay.
Okay.
So it's high voltage, but it's how do I say this? It directs everything. And based on how it's wired, it'll direct it from one side or the other. And in some cases, it'll direct it from both. And he explained to me what it was I missed. And there was one thing I missed, and that's what's causing me my issue on my gravity flyer.
Really?
So I'm going to fix it and get it right. But he showed me the exact thing that I missed. That was cool. So, yeah, there was just one little thing, and I didn't realize it was even a thing, and I should have. And
really?
When I reverse engineer something, I try to be very meticulous in getting every little part. So
it's easy to miss something. You know what? Speaking of which, the hopper, I missed something. And I had looked over my notes, and it wasn't in my notes, but it was in my memory, and it didn't get accessed until this week on one of our lives. And I drew out the circuit, and I went, oh, I can't believe I missed that. And then Victor confirmed it. And I keep bringing up Victor because I had lots of aha moments on your last live that I wasn't on. I was watching it just like, oh, I got to write that down. And I got like a ton of notes, right? So, yeah, it has to do with heat, controlling it.
You know, Victor has that effect, by the way. Every time he comes in, the whole room gets that aha moment. You know what I mean?
I do. I totally do.
Because it's like the one of the parts that you absolutely needed to figure it out, and it's like he knows all of it by memory.
Well, he's one of the missing pieces of the puzzle, right?
Yeah.
So like I said, it's going to take a group of people from different angles. Why? Because that group of people are dynamic in the way they've learned, the way they know, like their knowledge, and how they present it to the group that gets presented to the public, right? So sorry, I had to yell. I'm just looking for the note when it came to the RF. When you were talking about change the duty cycle, you change the temperature, change the frequency, you change the voltage in the amps. The voltage in the amps are directly connected to your temperature. Your voltage being your cold, your amps being your heat, right? And if you can redirect that, you can control your heat. I figured out how to do that. Like I said, right? And when he brought up RF, and he's like, yeah, and then RF is created when you resonate the waves. What was he directly talking about now? Because that's not in these notes. I think it had to do with saturation. I'll get it and I'll get it back to you. But I had so many aha moments, man. But what he said allowed me to remember what it was that I did on the hopper and what it was I was missing. And I haven't tried the experiment yet because my kids didn't go to school today. It was a holiday here. But when they're gone tomorrow, the house is empty. So then I can do the experiment because I'm using, like 3,000 volts at 30 kilohertz. I don't want to have anybody on the third floor when I do that.
No,
So,
I understand that.
Yeah. So tomorrow I'm gonna try that experiment. If it hops, it'll be on video, and I'll let you know. But I won't show it. I'll tell you, Nathan. Like I said before, I gave you my word, and I'll stick to it. I'm not releasing it until you can do yours, and then we'll do it at the same time. It's not about the fame, brother. It's about getting it out there, right? So we'll see.
Yeah.
Maybe it won't work. Go ahead.
I tell you this right now, I got the mathematicians shaking in their boots because with these two systems, you can pretty much do anything you want. There's no getting around it because I want to say this. I could probably not just finish the one. I have two others I could probably finish as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Those may take a little bit longer, but it's on the same line. And I'm not going to get grams of force. It's not millinewtons, okay? Not 1.4. When it takes 4,000 to get a pound, it is literally pounds of force, okay?
Yep.
And I have no problem doing it. And I thank you, T.T. Brown, for explaining it in so few words. It's truly a good understanding because between him and Steinmetz, man, wow. Talk about amplifying force, not a problem.
Yeah. See, and I kind of know what you did, and I don't want to talk about it on here, but yeah, I kind of do the same, but not quite to your degree, or I've done it and didn't know it was to your degree. I don't know. Like I said, I've seen exactly what you described. It pushes down, it holds right to the table, or it'll hold to the surface of what I'm doing, and it goes down instantly, and then it takes time and things start to happen. Oh, your 10-minute mark. You said on the live it takes 10 minutes to activate. I'll confirm 9. 9 minutes, 9 to 10. It's in there. Okay. You had it on the ball, man. I was like, boom. I even wrote it down in my book and dated it. Nathan stated. Because I knew
The permeability is different between different items too. So
and different different environments, right? I could do that experiment in my basement and it'll take in my basement takes about 15 minutes roughly. But if I was to do it in my old home that was all concrete walls, 9 minutes flat. Because the walls were like 1.5 foot thick and they had rebar within them, right? And I was like 10 feet in the basement. This is a big old home. So I was surrounded by concrete. Nothing's getting out. So it contained it more. So the shell is important to the speed of the space that this energy fills and how it's held. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Oh, it absolutely does.
Yeah.
It's a containment field.
Yep.
Everything in it is containment. So I try to tell people all the time, Gerald, about fields, and they get lost because they can't see them. But when you see it, when you are in the room and they interact, you know that they're interacting. You know what I mean?
I think people get fields wrong because they go into that. Forgive me, Victor. Fermions and leptons and leprechauns and all those little particles that they found at CERN. You know what? It's like this. I think a field is more like a diffusion of a plasma inside of a vacuum chamber rather than a bunch of little particles that move in waves that create the field. And like one scientist said, the more energy you put into this, the more particles you're going to find. Of course. Why do you think that is? Because the two interacting fields that are in the system create those nodes. What's a node? A node is just a place for mass to accumulate that creates the particle. So ultimately, the core of it all are fields, right? Fields of force. So I don't know. That's just kind of how I think of it. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. But
No. Because hear me out. If you take a scalar field, right, you have no idea it's there because you're not producing plasma. They keep saying everything's plasma. Plasma is used energy. Okay, it's not unused energy, but you want that other state. So if energy comes off of it, it comes off as those little things you see when you just get done being drunk and you're recovering, and they just look like that little piece of energy in the air. Okay. Yeah. It's an effect that comes off of it as energy is being used. As there's heat in that little area, it affects that scalar field and create that energy that comes off. We may misunderstand that as electron, proton, whatever, but it's the field that creates it. We don't see light until light heats up. Okay. Then it produces visible light, right? But it first produces a field. Okay.
Yes. Well, yeah, you have to have, where did I write it? Sound plus magnetism creates light. Is that what I wrote? I gotta remember what I wrote, darn it. I've written a lot in the last few days, so I believe it was sound plus. No, I don't have it written in here. I guess you must put it on another piece of paper. I think it was sound plus light equals, or sound plus magnetism equals light. So go ahead.
But you have to have, there's one last component. Hold on, give me a second. The dielectric.
But the dielectric is created when you plus the sound and your magnetism.
You have all three.
Yeah, then it's the power 3, right? It's just like what you said. Okay, so you have your, when you're dealing with high voltage and you're looking for scalar, you have your, right after the coil, you'd have your plasma, then you'd have your scalar, then you'd have your static, right? So it's the power of 3. I might be getting those mixed up in form, but it's the power of 3. You can't have scalar unless you have your static and your plasma sandwiching it together, because your plasma is essentially like your magnetics, right? It's your current, and your static's your voltage.
It's like they're pulling into the center and creating the field that's bigger than you think it would be. You see what I'm saying?
Or you could think of it another way. You know how a bar magnet has a north, a south, and then that line in between is considered the null zone, right? So your plasma would be like your south, and then your null zone would be your scalar, and your north would be your static. So that would surround your coil in perfection, like all the way around. That's essentially the power of 3, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. I was I'm playing around with some word salads and having fun with this. I'm telling you, I know how all this works, but just putting it into words, I've done it scientifically, and then I did it redneck. You got to hear the redneck version, man. I could put it into a song.
I can only imagine.
It's hilarious, I'm telling you. I'm gonna do layman's terms too, right? Like just everyday person that works in their garage, so they understand. But the redneck version's gonna be the funniest.
Well, I'll be honest with you, man. I love general terms when we talk about this stuff.
Why?
So that everybody could just understand what we're talking about.
Yeah.
And then for those people who watch all those scientific channels, like, yes, we could break it down that way one day. Man, can you imagine me telling you everything scientific about this stuff? It'd be like a shock to reality to people who watch my show.
Yeah, no offense to those that come onto the channel or aspire to that sort of vocabulary. But it's the whole refractive index and the wave particle duality, and you're basically just using a word salad to describe the same stuff we've been talking about for the last 3 months. That's all it is. What's the refractive index? I don't know if you've ever looked it up live to show people. I can't remember the exact term or definition. So, oh yeah, basically it's the way that light comes in. It bends and comes out at a different angle, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's reflected at a different angle. That's your refractive index, right? So if you were to look at a coil or a system that's spinning and your light was to come in, it would go out at a different angle. And that would be a different refractive index, right? Whereas I believe that when you're at a certain frequency and you're spinning, let's say it was big enough for you to stand in the open core, you disappear.
You just what? Say the last part?
You disappear. It's
Thought I
just
heard something different.
It's just a theory. But if light comes in at certain angles and you're spinning your static field, your plasma field, and your scalars dragging in between the two, you're essentially creating a force field of a different frequency, and your reflection comparison to the refraction is different. So do you disappear? Do you multiply? Do you get looked at different angles that you can't be seen from another angle? It's an interesting thought, right? So my theory is you just disappear.
So Ralph,
I don't know, but go ahead.
Ralph Ring describes it as you disappear when he's talking about Otis T. Card's experiment in the frequency and stuff. It's pretty interesting that you would say you would disappear. It's kind of in line with that thing being a frequency device. You know what I mean?
It's just a thought, just a theory, right? It's not. So, I've never seen anything like that. So
I wonder in that crystalline form that they were using in what they were doing, which is like the ultimate fractal pattern, by the way, if they were, how do I want to say this? If they were really running that ship based on their mind, and if they did time travel.
You know what? I believe that they were, but it's not their mind. It's their spirit.
Okay.
It's something nobody wants to talk about. They all say the same thing. Like there was a theory a few years back where UFOs were being controlled by a chair that was made out of quartz, and it would be able to pick up on your consciousness, right? So everybody's belief is that it's from the mind, from your consciousness. What if it's from your spirit? Just like the Vedic texts used to talk about. When they would control the Vimanas, the pilots had to be at perfect peace, and they were in meditation when they weren't in the Vimanas, because they controlled their chi, their ether, their spirit. So my theory is when you've achieved a perfect scalar field and your anti-gravity or gravity's been canceled out, if you're the only one in that bubble, your spirit, your chi connects to that scalar field, and it controls it through the way you think, feel, and move. It's not just a thought. It's all three. It would take all three. In my theory, anyway. I don't know. I could be wrong.
Dude, it just blew my mind. Me and Joe Straight Dope were just talking about that earlier today. You know what I mean? That exact subject. So that's insane, man.
You have to be at peace to do it, though. If you have anxiety, or if you have something from your past that's eating at you, you're not going to be able to achieve that peace that it's going to take in order to attach to that scalar field through what some would call your heart, mind, and soul, spirit, right? So yeah, that's my take on it, right? That's why I say I believe, and this is what the subject we can't get into, that when you're talking about canceling gravity and the spirit attaching to it, it also has to do with that subject we can't discuss. Because when you do the both, the subject we can't discuss gets involved. Your well-being, right?
But by the way, we were talking about building two coils and what comes out in the middle, right? And we're talking about refractive light and how it works and stuff like that, right? And I always say there's a singularity in the middle. And I showed something earlier. Let me grab it for you and show it to you if I can find it real quick. So
awesome comment, Victor. I agree. I don't know if you've seen that.
Oh, sorry, I didn't. I was grabbing something. Go ahead. What was it?
It is written in Revelations that it shall be the end of time as we know it, right? So I think that Victor may be onto something. Maybe it's the ability to travel through time. But now traveling through time is not what people think. You're not getting in a ship, hitting a bunch of buttons, you go back to 1988. You're not going to do anything like that. It doesn't work that way.
Oh, come on now.
Sorry, but you can impart energy into the body at a different frequency. And that's as far as I can go with that. But it has to do with time. Time is an energy at the Planck scale that involves your body, your spirit, your mass. It's all relative, right? So when you're shifting that energy at the Planck scale, it affects the whole system. Just like when you change the voltage, it changes the current and the heat going into the system. Or if you change the amps, it changes the voltage and the cold that ends up in the system. And you know what I mean? Like every little thing matters. So yeah, my theory goes deep, but I can't discuss all of it because those 5 subjects, the one subject that I have to leave out of it interconnects those other 4, right? So electroculture, anti-gravity, right? So on and so forth. Sorry, Nathan. Trying really hard not to say that subject.
No, dude, I'm there with you, man. If I didn't have this and they let us do whatever we want, man, I would absolutely do it. And I think it'll be beneficial that we find that place, you know what I mean, and get together and have the conversation. You know what I mean? It'd be worth its weight. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. It's about 1/3 full. It's all about guys that have talked about that subject, researched that subject, find things that worked in that subject, and then my theory in that subject, and stuff from Egypt, and the angles of the pyramids, and what they do, why they were there, the temples at the bottom of the pyramids, what their purpose was for, the angle of light coming into those temples at certain times of day. And there's a lot of information on that subject that connects to all of this that we can't discuss just yet. But like you said, we can find a way. We definitely have to. Yeah. Because it'll make people's aha moment go, bing! Really?
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things where I want, before that's explained, our experiments to go out.
Yeah.
And be shown. And then we can handle that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it doesn't accidentally or whatever come out before we're ready for it to show everything.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean by that. I do.
So I was going to show you this, Joe. I showed this earlier. Now,
nice.
Singularity, refractive light through each coil. Okay? You get the vortex on top and bottom. This one's making the butterfly in the center. The fractals, okay, are all kicking in and everything. Because there's obviously no coil right there to show it, you know what I mean, the field going out, so it pushes back in this example. But you kind of get an idea of what it would be when one coil's on the top and one's on the bottom. Exactly what you're getting, if you get my meaning there.
That's exactly what I see. Except I see not like, okay, so you see how the fractal pattern comes in? I see multiple layers of fractal patterns in like plate form of multiple vortexes in multiple vortexes till they all meet into that compressive point. Kind of like, how do I explain that? Kind of like, you know what the Joe cell is? Have you ever seen the Joe cell?
Gel cell?
Yeah, so it's like a ring in a ring in a ring.
Yeah.
So this would be like a vortex and a vortex and a vortex, and each vortex gets tighter until it hits the center, and they all compress into, like you said, the pushed out form, the sphere in the middle, and then the decompression vortex, which comes out again in layers. Because those layers are what facilitate the completion of the bubble of electrons and the way they flow.
I turned it sideways right here so you could see what I'm looking at. So you're going to get it when you put them on each side. And I'll just say it that way without going into detail, but it's right there.
Okay, so let's go through a thought experiment, leaving that the way it is right now. Try and picture a stone, like a 2-ton block, that goes rectangularly like this over your vortexes. So you would take a cone on one side of the block, and you take another cone on the other side of the block. You'd have a hole drilled, right? Those two cones would meet, sitting inside this big block, this 2-ton block, and you'd use the onk on one side, the onk on the other side, and that sound would come in and compress and spread out amongst the whole stone, putting that whole stone at a different frequency than where it's sitting. And that's what would allow it to vibrate and float. That's my theory.
Let me throw a little bit at you here then. Okay.
Please improve my theory, or tell me I'm wrong, show me I'm wrong, whatever.
Walls of Jericho, 7 days. Okay. Point of saturation. Sound is movement.
Yep, 100%. They surrounded those walls. They marched for 7 days at a very specific marching beat frequency. Then on the 7th day, they blew their trumpets. And when they blew their trumpets, it was the activation point for all those atoms within the walls. And they released their structural mass and gone.
Yeah, well, it wasn't just trumpets. Let me throw another wrench in your plan.
Too, wasn't there? Go ahead, though. Sorry.
Ram's horns.
Yes.
Do you know what ram's horns look like?
Yep, I do.
Victor Schauberger.
They're a vortex. And on the inside, the way that they're formed, they almost compress. It's very interesting.
They're banking and picking up energy as they go through the horn. Just like Schauberger said in the river, right?
Yeah.
It's the same concept, which means that the sound coming out of them was a lot higher than you'd think, though the frequency that as you can hear it may be a lot lower.
Yes, because you wouldn't hear that high frequency. It's ultrasonic, right? You can't hear above 20,000 hertz. So, yeah, you wouldn't be able to hear it. It's like that invisible energy. It's invisible sound, but it's still there.
Well,
like, go ahead.
It's just funny how history tells us the answer once you understand what you're dealing with.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. These secrets, they're not really secrets. They're all out there. But our understanding when we look at them has been tainted by our education system, because our education system has not wanted us to find these secrets. You find these secrets, you don't need to pay for bills. You don't need to have some tractor come and and move this 5-ton block that's in your way of your field because you want to grow corn. No, you just resonate the sucker and move it over to the wherever off the field. So they don't want this tech out. It makes them lose control.
Well, it kind of makes you wonder, and I'll say it in this way. There's a lot of things I don't like that they do when the governments, but we have to at some point unify this earth some way.
No,
okay?
Yeah.
So
I'm right there with you.
At some point, they're going to have to do it, and we're all going to be unified. And my hope is they do it the right way, where we can evolve with it. And
you had to bring up that word, right? Like, that word is key to my research, and I'm going to say that.
just
Bite my
trying to hold it in.
Yeah, sorry. But you're not wrong. Not wrong at all, man. Yeah. This is, you know what? This is the most interesting time in human history as far as I'm concerned. This is the time where old secrets are going to be released, where new things that we've never seen before are going to come out. They've been before. There's nothing new under the sun. Our history, this is just a repeating of history, but it's a repeating of history for our time and the people in our time, which makes it new, which makes it exciting. And that's where we're at, man. You know what I mean?
Once they put this out, you have to change the social structure a bit, because you can't create one without creating all of them. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I don't hate governments. I believe government is necessary. I hate the abuse of government. I hate the abuse of authority. That drives me insane. Other than that, I believe we do have to have somewhat authority, and we do have to have governance, but not governance to the point of control. We're all meant to be free. We're born free. That's the way it should stay. You know what I mean? Of course, there's, caveats. Somebody commits murder or does something horrific. Of course, you should go to jail. Pay for your mistake, right? I paid for my mistakes. That's the way life should be, right? I have no problem people paying from their mistakes. You shouldn't be judged for it. Pay for it, right? But at the same time, we all got to be realistic. We're all on the same rock together. So we got to work together, right? And controlling others is not working together. In fact, it's not working. It's been proven time and time and time again. But there are those, like we talked about before, that are very greedy, and they want to keep their name in lights and their pockets full. Yeah. Did you know that for one man to be rich, many must be poor?
Yeah.
So imagine one man to be super rich. How many people must be poor for that man to own billions of dollars? There's only so much money in the pot, you know what I mean? And if somebody's got most of it, just saying.
Yep. Well,
go ahead.
I think that their children do not have the same fire or passion that their parents did. And I'm hoping in that we can find change. So,
well, there's a speech on the internet called The Greatest Speech in the World. And there's a part to it that says, as long as men die, freedom shall prevail. Because as greedy men die, freedom's released back to the people. The power's given back to the people. Right? So, part of the caveat of what we live in, I guess. Right? Yeah. We all get old, so do the greedy, so do the evil. Right? But I don't know how we got on all this woo. I'm sorry. That's my bad.
No, it's okay. I had a part in it too. Where did Ben go today? Do you know?
No idea. I haven't heard from him all day. Maybe he laughed himself off the chair, broke his camera when you seen that video. That video was awesome.
That video was so awesome. That's like legendary now. That's gonna be like the thing. We'll have to break it out every so often.
I can't wait to do this speech for you. It's about bringing in all the inventors and engineers into one and working towards systems for freedom.
Very cool.
Did you or do you watch Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project at all? With Bob Grenier and all that?
No, I don't think I watched that one. I watched somebody today.
Bob Grenier and his group, and I was going to involve myself in it, and at the last minute I got a very strong impression to stay out of that. So I did, but his group is gotten together and they started something called a DAO. And it's investors that put money into a pot sort of thing, and then it's their group all vote on what projects should be built and this, that, and the other. And what they're trying to do is come up with a standard for experimentation on ball lightning. So although I applaud them, and I think it's an awesome way of going about it, I don't know how successful it's going to be in the long run, because you're talking about building a standard of ball lightning that will literally change scientific experimentation as we know it from this point forward, right? I don't know. I don't know if they can get it done. It's an interesting thing they're doing. I'll tell you though, if it's another form of control, whereas you can form the standard and then say you can't experiment on this because it's dangerous, or it's this and it's that, I would say to that, I've been working with this tech since 2007, and if it was dangerous, I'd be dead. So the form of ball lightning that they're trying to standardize is uncontrollable or hasn't been controlled, and it's very chaotic. The way that they find their ball lightning is through finding tracks in materials that have been eaten when they go through their what do they call it? You know, the ultrasonic cleaning, cavitation. So when they use their cavitators, it creates ball lightning, and then they find tracks in the material that they do that with, and that's the standard they're trying to form. But there's no control, zero control over the ball lightning whatsoever. To me, that seems kind of.
You said Martin Fleischmann?
Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project.
Amazing.
What's that?
Today, and they had somebody from Russia, and they had some other countries in there. I think I was watching the same thing.
Yeah.
And it was all subtitle.
Yeah, that's because that's Bob Grenier's directly connected to the scientific group in Russia that has been studying ball lightning for years. They have papers on it. They have a lot of knowledge on it. I'm surprised they can't control it yet. If you've been playing with it for years, you should be able to control it on the end of a pin. That's my opinion, right? If you're a professional at it, if you have that in-depth knowledge. But I don't believe that they're doing that. So kudos to Bob Grenier and his group. His group's amazing. The people in his group's amazing. I think they're going about it the wrong way. That's my opinion. I've been proven wrong. Apologize if I offended anyone.
Ball lightning's hot, right?
Yeah. Well, you know what? It can be
cold.
It could be hot or it could be cold. It depends on how it's created, right? Like when I create ball lightning, or when I did create it, I held it inside of a neon, and it was in there for 10 minutes, and the neon was cold. Should have been freaking searing hot. It wasn't. It was cold. So
maybe that's the instability in the system. It's hot and cold. And
My-
that's probably the problem. They can't control it.
Here's my opinion on that. They're talking about ball lightning that's micro size, right? What you and I are doing is ball lightning on a macro scale to the point of canceling out gravity. That's what these spheres are. They're not lightning. They're scalar wave balls of spherical energy that cancel out gravity due to the different frequency than the Earth. That's what they are. That's part of my theory. So what we have is controllable ball lightning.
Oh my God.
That's what I believe we're working with.
Hold on. I think you just told me the answer of why I'm seeing what I'm seeing.
Controllable ball lightning on a very large scale. That's what happens inside my coil. Okay, so on the inside core is a ball. It's a perfect sphere. And on the outside of the coil is a perfect sphere. And the outside coil spins like this and like this. The inside of the coil spins like this and like this. That's ball lightning.
But
so, go ahead.
Frequency's the difference in the field to create the fields.
Yes.
How they interact together is based on the frequencies. So
yes.
what I could tell you a Tesla coil field will hold in a static field has to do with the frequency. Even if you get that static field into a scalar state or the outside field's a magnetic state, we're still talking about frequency. And it'll push one or the other. And how is it? The thickness of the field bases on your frequency.
You're getting it.
That's the answer.
Yeah, but is that the answer to canceling it out? Because now you got your two frequencies, right? But you also have your voltage, and your voltage is to me it's
distant.
like it's okay. Go ahead.
It's distant. No. When I control the voltage, okay, I control the distance of my bubble. So when I get the other bubble, okay, I can control the distance. And then when they interact, I'm getting the hot. When they don't interact, everything is cool. You know what I mean? So it's like a volume button for it. It
is. It is a volume button for it. There's one more thing I've got to mention with that, and it has to do with your virtual ground. Your bubble cannot exceed the mass of your ground. Does that make sense? It has to do with saturation. You can concentrate and compress your saturation, but your bubble cannot exceed the mass or weight of your ground. When I did my experiment that affected the clocks, I told you about it with my daughter and all that, I was grounded to the water pipes in the walls because we had one of those old boilers that heated the house. And the house was 4,400 square feet. So it had a lot of iron pipe in the walls. Plus, it was concrete walls that had a lot of rebar. So my ground was massive, right? So I kind of wonder if your virtual ground is directly connected to how your bubble is created. Do you get it? You know what I mean by that? That would give you the ability to put your, how do I put that? To define where your dielectric field goes. I don't know if that makes sense to you.
The bubble that I build is based on, okay, it only goes so big, okay, ungrounded. So you're only going to get it so big.
Yeah.
Then there's a limit.
There is.
When you ground it, you'll get it much bigger, but that also means the inner field's much thicker because it'll gain a secondary field beyond that. So you still pick up energy out there, but it won't be as useful as the one in the center. So anytime it creates a sphere around something, just understand this, and you put magnetics as part of it, you're going to create multiple spheres out of it. So it's like a, how do I say this? Oh, there you go. He showed us the secret.
This one I'll take out because you're not ready for that yet. You will be. Okay. Right now, trying to get this through. So right now, the way that the coil system works, when I'm pulsing the primary and the secondary, I get a north and a south field, right? Or I can flip the field and put my south up top, my north down below. So then I get a positive and negative that chase each other around the center of the inside of the core. Okay. Some people call that a Bose-Einstein condensate. I don't know about that. But when it's spinning around the center, it creates a null zone. But when you want your virtual ground, you want your null zone up top, right? But you can't put it there because you have a pole there. So you have to take that pole and you have to divert it and put it somewhere else. How do you do that? Well, what's your pole? Your pole is heat. You're dealing with heat and cold, right? So your north is what? Your north is your heat and your south is your cold, right? Or vice versa. I can't remember which. So if you were to take those and put them in a column, can you see this part?
Go ahead.
So if you were able to put them in a column and force your null zone up top, you now control your dielectric between up top and this being your virtual ground. No matter what this is touching, this becomes your bottom and you control the null zone. Therefore, when you cancel out gravity, you're going up. And if you, I'm not explaining that right. I can see it in my head perfectly. I know exactly what I need to do. And I know how to control the dielectric. Your pole can't be up top and down below. They have to be beside each other. And you got to push your null zone up top so that you can go downwards. Now, if you want it to go up, you flip your poles up here. And the null zone goes down here. And now you're going up. Because your null zone is the dielectric. That little part in the center, that's your dielectric being contained in a field that's being surrounded by a north and south pole chasing each other, or hot and cold, positive, negative, call it what you will. So because you've created that, which some would call a mini black hole, not so much, a null zone, if you can expand that null zone and control it, you now have perfect control of your dielectric.
Okay.
Your dielectric is what matters to flying, right? Or cancel gravity.
Let me throw something out there for you with your little design there. Okay.
Yeah.
Take the big round circle you got there.
Yeah.
That oval.
Yeah.
Now draw the field with the center on the right and left. Okay. And it goes directly out sideways from it. So it looks like this, just like this, but it goes out sideways. No,
But it goes out.
On the same plane of existence.
Okay. So it go out like this, you mean?
No. You're good with the design. I just need you to understand the plane of existence. That's it. So now take my center plane of my gravity flyer.
Yeah.
And understand it just like that. And look where your north and south is the way you drew it. Okay?
Okay.
Now do you understand? We're in the same.
Okay. We're in the exact same boat.
It's the exact same thing.
Yeah.
So in order to reach the lifting state, right? Okay. I want to say this. If you drew a sine wave
Yeah.
on the center plate,
I have that in my book. I had a dream about that center plate, right? This is
sine
what
wave?
this is what I dreamt. Like this. I dreamt that just like that, and I was like, "What does that mean?" So I came
Hold on.
down.
Put a plus at the top and a minus on the bottom. Now, in order to activate a 3-part system, okay, or a 2-part system, I should say, now the negative has to be to the ground, and you're going to get one effect. Positive goes to the top, you're going to get a second effect. But now you created your bubble zone, and now you can now take it and tap the bubble.
Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
This is the same thing Fractal Woman was talking about. Her theory is that an atom is actually a yin-yang symbol. Right? So I don't know if I quite aspire to that, but it's starting to look that way by far.
Well, let's put it this way. Okay, hold on. In that same drawing, now put a little disc above it at half the size of the center plate.
Okay, so like that.
Okay. So if you draw immediate arrow straight down. Okay, no, just to the center plate.
Okay.
Now, every area on that little disc goes down and gets canceled out.
Like that?
No, you went too far on that one on the left.
Okay.
So, just the exact same size as that disc, right?
Yeah.
Now, what does that leave you? If I'm canceling out the smaller disc to the center plate, where does the rest of the arrows go?
Hmm.
You see, the only direction they can go is up.
That's
Because
what I was thinking, but how does that work? Like, okay, go ahead. I'm just thinking of the spin, right?
everything's attracted to the smaller plate in reverse because you're now switching the field. So in normal look, when you look at a lifter, it's different, right?
Yeah.
So it's now in reverse because of the way the fields are. Now your bottom as negative is pushing up. Now you've now flipped the whole bottom to be the negative flowing up.
So
the weight of the craft is now irrelevant because, well, I should say it's not irrelevant. It's different because now the mass moving towards the smaller object is the entire craft trying to catch up with the smaller piece at the top. So it immediately jumps in the air.
So what you're talking about, if this is the ground and this is the grav flyer or the coil, the minute you make this negative, it heads towards that smaller plate and jumps up. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, I want to say this.
He sees a nipple. Just kidding. Sorry, I had to. Go ahead.
If you took directly the center plate to the bigger plate.
Yeah.
I push down here, so this cancels out.
Yep.
But all the rest of this zone and this zone is now going up. But now, since you flip that, you had to take the positive charge on the plate that shows up on the one side and the negative side that shows up here, right?
Yeah.
Now I pushed it and it all shoots up negative. Okay, it's flipping.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
It's a bounce. You're shoving one in and compressing, and then the compression, you're pushing the balloon against the table.
I know what you're saying. You're talking about it bouncing off the ground. Like you're compressing the bubble and the bubble's pushing it back up.
Because it now has a bubble under it. Remember we were talking about your coil, how it had in that cylinder, and you had that just yesterday, remember Mr. L?
Yeah.
It makes an artificial ground. That's what he was saying. Every time you bounce it, it makes an artificial ground. And if you can catch it fast enough and repeat that sine wave fast enough, you continuously get the bubble under it.
The sine, yeah.
Does that make sense?
It does. And the sine wave's the key.
And now you understand it the way I do. And what the one thing you need is you need that carrot. You need the carrot on the stick so that you can follow it.
Yeah.
So
that's funny you say that, because what I just wiped off before I drew that was the pulse sequence to make that bubble. So it makes coil hop 3 times, then it makes it hop 3 more times. I haven't done that yet, but I'm working on the math to the point where I can. So
when I explain it, I always say we're filling up the bubble with ether, right?
Yeah.
So now you understand it, right? There's only so much energy that's inside of it now, because now it's captive inside of it. So when it gets to yours, you have to captivate it because you're getting so much more. The amplification so much higher in your system.
Yeah,
you have to put it in a actual shell in order to get the same thing.
Hence that video when I put the aluminum shell over that small coil and the voltage went down a little bit because it contained it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if Otis T. Carr was correct, and I was to seal it off the right way, who knows? Might just go translucent. Because you're talking rotating electromagnetic waves, right? Contained. I don't know. Just a thought. So, yeah, you know what? I want to try that experiment really bad now. I wish tomorrow would come quicker. Just to see, right? Just to see. But if I do make it work, you'll be the first person to be calling going, hey, we got to do a Zoom. For sure.
Yeah. You know, we're getting there, man. And it's happening quick. Like I said, you see where I'm at in my system, right?
Yep.
I needed to make one change to it. And it's the stupidest thing in the world. Okay. And I told Joe, and I didn't put the lip on the disc. It's stupid, right? Does it make any sense to you? Well, it does.
Okay. Because you know what? I'm glad you said that. Go ahead. Did you want to finish before I cut you off? I'm sorry.
It's the negative field can't be put in the right order without it. And the positive doesn't work the right way without it either. So I'm
listening. I'm right here, but hang on. I got to grab something. Go ahead.
It's literally the dumbest thing in the world, but it was absolutely the right answer.
Absolutely.
And Brandon, thank you for that. I'll just tell you that out there. Hey, the Black Tony Stark is what he calls himself, man. He's absolutely an awesome guy. And he'll come on once I get this thing right where I need it and I can show it to him. He'll come on. Trust me. He's got the right answer. I told him we're going to have to build him an Iron Man suit if he, this thing lifts off.
Sorry about that. The reason why what you said is important to me is because this is the plate that was underneath the hopper when it first hopped.
Yeah, I see it.
What do you see? You see the lip? Okay, now here's the funny part. When I wired my hopper, I went from the plasma globe high voltage output to the primary input of my coil. The secondary of the output of the primary went to this lip. The secondary, one wire went up as an antenna. The output of the secondary went to the other side of this plate and this lip. But the one thing I forgot was that it was grounded to the pipe. That's the one thing I forgot in all of it. So now tomorrow I'm going to try that. So when you said lip, that's why I was like, that's important.
Center point. Center point the ground and don't attach it.
Don't attach it. Just let it sit there. All right.
When Alexi built his gravity flyer, where he positioned each little thing that comes up to touch the plate is extremely important.
Wow. I never considered that. I know what you're talking about now.
You can't put them equal. You can't.
It completes the flow the way you're talking.
Because of the way that it works underneath. If everything weighs about nothing, anything moves it, or anything keeps it in the steady. So
interesting.
The funnier part about the whole thing is the weight. The heavier it is, the easier it lifts.
You're dead on. You're dead on. Because if you look at the stones back in Egypt, the 2-ton stones, there weren't too many of those. But 5-ton, 8-ton, there was a ton of them. So if this theory is correct about levitating stone, then what you just said makes so much sense. The heavier it is, the more the mass, the easier it is to raise.
Well, let's quote Steinmetz. The point of saturation between the dielectric. Okay? High voltage line. When they put the line in the center, it saturates. That point of saturation is based on the sides being equal to each other. Okay?
Yeah.
The saturated material now has every bit of energy you've ever wanted in it, right?
Yep.
There you go.
Yeah.
Simon said it right. Toy maker, you're right. You had it right. It's just, it's ironic because remember that paper lifter I did?
Yes.
The paper saturates fast. Seconds. Okay, or less than seconds.
It saturates? I would have thought that it actually had the charge on the outside, but you could be right.
It's saturating. So both sides are like high voltage lines, right?
Yeah.
But the center saturates. And I'll tell you right now, at the NASA one, they don't have it because they're in the wrong field. People still think that there's plasma out there, and I keep telling them there's not. It's scalar. So that understanding has to come into play because your plasma is using your energy that you need for the field. You won't hit saturation with plasma. But when you have the right field, you reach saturation. Now, saturation is what drives everything. Okay? You have to have it. So when I did the experiment going up, right? I put the big plate to the top and small at the bottom. It lifts up. Okay? When I put I reversed it, it goes down. Okay? And so it looks like the fields are canceling out, but they're reaching the point of saturation. Now, take in a third object that's at the top, not the piezoelectric, but the actual disc it's sitting on. And now that's what's canceling it out and bouncing it. There's more to it. You get what I'm saying? The piezo part's just the amplification of everything. It's that third part that is the driver. I don't know. it's hard to really wrap your head around until you draw it out, and then you start seeing, because how will I say this? Oh,
So this is it then. If you had a coil up top, coil down below, and this was an open core, like a tube.
oh, I'm going to show you.
Oh, you just gave me something else. Oh my gosh, I just got something. This goes down to that.
Okay, don't erase anything on your board, Gerald. Hold on. Don't erase anything, please.
The Faraday generator with the magnet. When the magnet's spinning along with the coil, it creates voltage, and it's like the paradox, they can't figure it out. There was a guy who showed a different version of it. Oh, I got to explain this properly, and I can't do it right now. Go ahead.
Okay. Take your image that you have. Look over to my field. This is the red light test from Alexi.
Okay.
On the left-hand side, I didn't draw on it, but it's the same picture. Okay. You can see the field. It's blurry. The actual field is the exact same thing you just drew on the board.
Damn, it is.
So if I take my cursor and I go like this, and I show you, it's right there.
Yeah,
it's been looking at us the whole time. And you just drew it on the board by just hearing what it was.
So that means I know how it works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you and I have our conversation. We're going to be almost done with these projects.
Yep. Because that's the implosion. And that's it goes out. And then you put your shell around the center implosion. Yep.
It also tells you why the center of my plate gets ice cold.
Yeah.
There's a whole reason for everything.
There's a reason for everything. And everything has a reason. That's so freaking true, man.
That's so ironic that you would draw the same thing than exactly what I'm describing.
Well, you know what? It actually what you were describing reminded me of something, and then it clicked. The Thane-Hein Peace Core transformer has two vortex coils, one above the other, and I'm pulsing the primary of the upper coil on the secondary of the bottom coil, and they're acting as if they're one coil, and they're imploding in the center, and all the pickup coils are picking up voltage, and it's not affecting the watts of the power going into the coil itself. So that made me think, if there was a column there and you put another column inside a column, it acts as a capacitive relay in the sense where you're able to control the dielectric between the two. My brain's on fire, Nathan. It's on fire. I want to go do this test right now. I'm kicking everybody out of my damn house. I'm just kidding. Telling you, man.
So great, man.
Oh,
I'm sure it doesn't make a lot of sense to everybody in the chat, but if you were building this stuff and saw it, it would make all the sense in the world of what we're saying. And for those people who said, oh, well, I'll just go to this version instead of sticking with this version, right? Well, you missed all of the features of this version that you need for that next version. And they all translate perfectly across the spectrum to each other.
They do. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting year, Nathan.
Well, the year's almost over, man, and we're getting there. It's all about you and I decide to put it out there. You know what I mean? And
I do.
I do. I don't know the best way.
Well, you're in the States. I'm in Canada. Ian's in the UK. We should get as many people as broad as possible. We do it. And then, I don't know. Something we should discuss offline. I have a couple ideas.
Well, I'll be honest with you, Gerald. I could take that coil and easily put that body around it in order to You know what I mean? Create
Yeah.
what we needed to. That wouldn't be that difficult. And
No,
you know what I mean?
I do. In fact, I have a really amazing way of putting a body together, but I wasn't. I've since been thinking about a aluminum bismuth shell rather than just an aluminum shell, but I don't know. I'm playing my ideas.
Didn't I tell you guys when they show that piece, the aluminum, bismuth, aluminum, okay?
It's the sandwich.
One field on the outside separated by a magnetic layer with another field on the inside creates exactly what you want is the containment.
Yep.
That's it. That's why they did it that way. So I can't tell you if it was an alien or us or who it was that built it, but growing that layer that I keep telling Bernie I'd love to get that stuff that he gets, paste it on the top of the aluminum and grow it when I hit it with microwave energy and let it just grow inside there. You know what I mean? And then we have it because that's perfect. Yeah. Because you don't want to try to sandwich it together. You want it to build together.
Yep. You want it to grow as if it's alive.
That's
which
right.
kind of goes to some of the stories that were released about certain ships that were found. Guys that talked about it. Of course, it's a little bit of woo, take it with a pound of salt. But certain guys would talk about these things as if they were alive. They'd walk up to them and touch them, and the thing would react. Well, why? Maybe because the shell was grown. I don't know. Just a thought. Right? Very interesting.
Well, it also goes to the color on the outside. If you have an ozone layer because of what you're creating, right?
Yeah.
Which basically means you're breaking and forming oxygen to the third or to the second, right?
Yeah.
Well, what happens when you add hydrogen to that? Because you can't get rid of hydrogen from it. Okay. So it basically means that as you're building this layer in the field on the outside, you should have a layer that is building water and then destroying water all within, milliseconds of each other. And you continuously get an aquamarine glow from it because your plasma layer would then be fairly yellow. So it'd be more of an aquamarine color and it goes along with how people have accounts of this stuff because it chemically works.
And different atmospheres would give it different colors, almost rainbow-esque.
Yes.
Depending on what particles are in the air.
Which would make sense for the invisible factor because at that point, once you put any kind of liquid to it that is forming and destroying, then you would it would assume to be invisible, right? Because that's the way it would see to us because we're bending light right around it. Or we're canceling out light in that area that you can see through it.
All you'd need is like a water source and some pond foggers inside with the manipulation of the frequency on the inside of the bubble, dude, and you got what you need.
Well, you wouldn't need it because our atmosphere provides it. And
true, but you could kick it off that way.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah. Make it happen quicker, right?
But we're creating ozone in our garages when we're doing the high voltage. We're already building the one layer. We're not destroying it yet. You know what I mean?
I do.
It's that secondary part.
Yeah.
So that's just something I throw out there. Yeah.
That's what that is. Hey, Ben, you're alive.
Yeah, Ben.
Hey, what's up, guys? Sorry I'm late.
Oh, dude, you missed the greatest segment ever, and you were starring in it.
What happened? What I missed?
Have you seen the Star Trek video?
Oh, okay.
Dude, I laughed so hard I almost cried.
Good.
So hold on. We're getting towards the end of the show. I want to show it one more time at the end.
Okay. Yeah. Wait till the end and then show me that. I'm excited because Nathan's videos are awesome. Like he showed me the last couple of videos he made. I liked them.
This one's funny. He did a good job on this one.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that little loop video that you have where you have like the white clothes on and you're like meditating.
Oh,
That was my favorite one. That was great.
oh, you know what? I might even have that here in the thing on the branding part. Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, that was a funny picture. And it looked like it was spot on. Like it didn't look like a cheesy edit, you know?
Oh my god, dude. The energy would go through my neck and everything because I didn't put a neck on it. So the energy would spiral up and it looked like it coming right through my neck.
Oh, maybe I didn't look at it close enough. I have to
Oh,
take a
dude.
second look at
You have to
it.
play that because I didn't see that one. I thought I
Oh,
did.
let
Yeah,
me see
it's cool.
if I have it in the videos here because I don't
It's
think
like
that I have it in that section.
Wasn't it like a little looped video or something that you had?
Yeah, you just got to make sure the volume's off on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that music can get you fried.
Okay, so I'm going to take us out of the screen real quick.
Okay.
It's because I was looking at it on my phone.
The one he made for me was kind of cool.
Oh, dude, I sometimes I can't get up and walk around as well as I used to, so I have to sit here at the computer, man, and making those things is just hilarious, dude. I just got to do it all the time.
That's why we're getting a Graviflyer ready for you, so you can just ride that thing around. That's what I want to do.
I'll make you a freaking chair that floats, man. Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you this: by the time we're done building your coils, I won't need it.
Yep.
That's
I won't
true.
need it.
That's true.
We'll be just fine. Okay.
Well,
So
I'll tell you this: I should be in a wheelchair, and my kidneys should be shut down by now. If I told you parts of my life, you'd be like, you shouldn't even be alive, and I really shouldn't. And it goes to the subject we can't talk about, but we'll get into it. It's interesting. I, like you, I've had days where I couldn't walk. I'm in bed for 3 days in pain because my legs are aching and twisting and cramping, and just part of the whole spinal wreckage.
yeah,
Yeah.
dude, I went through a year or so. Check this out. I broke at L5S1. I broke one side. Okay, and then 6 months later, and I'm still working through it. Meanwhile, I'm throwing 1,600 cases a day of soda pop. So 2 12-packs to a case. You can imagine the wear and tear, right? Plus all the position you got to get in, pushing carts and stuff. I snapped the other side of it, okay? And then completely unstable region. So they had to go and surgically put it back together, but the muscles never worked right afterward because I tore every single one of them working for that year doing that. It was like the most painful thing in the world. And you had to, like, I don't cry, dude, but I literally cried for 45 minutes starting work every day.
Yep. I don't doubt it at all.
It was like, I don't even know how I got through it, but there was nothing I could do. My family needed the money.
Back pain is the most incrediblest. Like, you can't even you can't.
Yeah, that's
describe
terrible.
it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I was
I'm right there with you, man. I've had a day where, and like, to give you context on pain, I can deal with a lot of pain. When my appendix got infected, they had to cut me open 3 times. No anesthesia, no freezing. He gave me a plastic tongue dispenser to bite on and said, yell as loud as you want. Because if we don't cut you open and these burst, you're going to die. So it's now or never. So I went through that, and I didn't cry at all. But back pain, I've had days where tears are rolling down my eyes. I can't stop them from rolling, and it's just so much. It's overwhelming. And that's on top of taking painkillers, right? So
I had spondylolisthesis, like a inverted slip disc that slips the opposite way.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, I still feel it. Like it sends like the electric pain down to like my testicles, and it's terrible, terrible pain.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it just happens randomly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gives you old gray balls quicker.
Yeah, that keeps me on my
that shirt. I need that shirt, Mike.
it keeps me on my
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude. The shirt.
Right?
Oh.
I'm just waiting for my next paycheck, and then I'm buying 5 lab coats, and then I'm gonna start getting them silk screen. So as soon as I get my next pay. Yeah.
Oh my
No,
god.
no.
I'm gonna have to show that again. Where is that? Where did I put that?
What, the Star Trek thing?
Yeah, because you know what? That lab coat gets me every time. Hold on. Since Ben's here, we gotta show it. Okay. So I'm gonna show just the picture of it right now before I show the video. So
Okay.
there you go.
Did you see that, Ben? Right?
Oh, yeah, this is hilarious. I was looking at yours, and Ian's are great. Like Ian's face is perfect for that pose.
Oh yeah, it was.
Yeah, you're right. It is too. Yeah.
Yeah, he looks like an officer.
Yeah, he looks like he's just ready to go.
Oh.
And then
Dude.
you look like pumped. You look like Arnold Schwarzenegger over here.
I do. Like, need to pump you up.
No, this is great. I loved it.
Oh my god, the hard hat, man, and the safety goggles.
Yeah, perfect.
I didn't even notice that.
Dude, I wanted to put a lab coat on you so bad, so I just made a little miniature you next to you. And put it on
like somebody who's in the fan club.
Yeah.
Or a mini me.
There you go.
That's hilarious.
Oh my
this is
god.
great.
That's
Dude,
what you need to do next there, Nathan. Put a mini me on his shoulder.
Oh. Oh man. All right, Ben. It's at the end of the show. Are you ready to see this thing, man?
Oh yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. Oh god, this is the most hilarious thing. Okay.
I laughed.
Mike, this is the captain speaking. Have you and Ben been able to fix the transporter yet?
That's what I'm saying. I can explain to you very simply how to verify if that ground, the third prong at the bottom, the circle hole. I think it's 3 prongs, right? 3 holes. You're in Canada? I don't know.
No. It's 3 holes. Yeah, it should be.
So you have the ground. The third hole is the ground. So you could test that ground by. You have the 2 other holes. Are they the same size, or is one bigger?
I'm sorry. Say it again.
You have 3 holes. One is ground at the bottom, and the 2 that are at the top are the power. Are they the 2 holes? Are they the same size, or is one bigger?
No. They're the same size.
Same size. So it's 2. You're in Canada?
No, I'm in Michigan.
Michigan. So it can't be the same size. One slit is a little shorter.
Are you sure? Let me see.
Look closely. You need more light in there.
He knows his slits.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I'm sorry, Mike. Did you say you had the transporter fixed?
Put the voltmeter on AC 120 volt setting. Put one prong in the ground and the other prong in the smaller hole. That's your hot line. And if you get 120 volts, that ground is working good. If you don't, you get less than 120 volts, like 90 or 80, your ground is probably no good on that plug. That could cause a lot of issues for the circuit too, by the way.
Well, the problem is this only goes up to 10 amps and then it blows.
No, you don't need amps. You just need 120 volts is what it should read.
Okay. As long as it doesn't blow my fuse.
Put it on volts, not amps, volts. 120 AC volts.
This should be good to 250 volts, so we should be okay.
Hey, Gerald, come here and listen to this. I can't tell if they're fixing the transporter or not.
Right. So now put one prong in the ground, the other prong in the smaller hole, not the bigger one. The smaller.
Doesn't matter which one is which.
That's a tough question. It kind of does matter. But anyway.
Wait, so the red
of the two holes, other than the ground hole, of the two holes that you have there, one is smaller. That is the smaller hole is the power. The bigger hole is the return for that power.
The negative. Okay.
Yeah, you don't want to use that.
All right. So real quick, before I electrocute myself, Mike, which hole do I stick this in?
Don't take the probe out. Just stick the prong.
If the hole is red, there's something wrong.
The probe has two prongs, two metal.
I'm sorry.
Put one prong in the ground and the other prong in the smaller of the two holes that are left.
But it doesn't matter which one is which.
No, it does. One of the probes, you have two probes from the voltmeter. One goes, no, it doesn't matter which one of the two goes in the ground. No, it doesn't.
Okay, so I can put the black one in the ground and then the red one in the small slot.
Yes. Sorry,
Okay.
I misunderstood you there.
No, it's okay. We're talking about putting things in holes.
Yeah, easy to get confused.
Mike prefers a certain one.
So yeah, if you don't see a 120 volts right away, just wiggle it around till you get a good connection. You should see
Nathan,
either 120
Captain,
volts
you're
or like less than
permanently
that,
rolling
like
your eyes.
100 volts.
Yeah, 120.
Okay, your ground is good. You just verified it. It's good ground.
Nice.
Now, just so you know, if it read less than 120, like around 100 or 90 or 80, that ground is no good.
Oh,
Right. Okay. It was actually slightly above 120. So is that normal?
Yeah, you're
It's
good.
like 120.30.
The ground is good. Good.
Awesome.
Just make sure you're firmly connected to that third prong into your circuit.
something tells me we're never getting this transporter fixed.
I'm glad
If
you
you were
found
to
the
put one
holes,
prong
Steve.
into ground and the other prong into the return, you wouldn't get anything because it's not source. You're not hitting source. You want to go from ground.
Oh my
from
God.
source to ground. To get a read.
Oh,
No, that makes sense. If it's not properly grounded, you're going to be getting a loss.
You're right, Nathan.
yeah. I'm living right now. I'm barely breathing.
I'm wiping tears over here. I'm telling you, that was the best.
Mike's best segment ever. I swear.
That was awesome.
Oh my God, dude! Ben, big applause for Ben and Mike, man. It's just amazing.
You rock,
Charles
Mike.
is like, WTF
That was awesome,
this
Mike.
just switched over from Ashton.
Yeah, you came in at the wrong second, man.
Yeah, he just has some weird stuff. If you didn't have the full context, he's just talking about holes.
Yeah. Probes and holes, I mean.
We got a black hole and a red hole.
And a big hole and a small hole. And two probes. That can go so many ways.
Oh my
We like to
God.
have fun on here. We don't take life too seriously because
Oh my God, Ben. That was so funny. That's why I was looking for it yesterday and I asked Ben where it was and he didn't know. And I go, you know what? We definitely have to get it on there.
I'm
Man.
glad you found it. Like, did you use the subtitle method that I use? Because usually that helps me.
Oh man. No, I just looked for one of the streams that we all came on and talked to you while you're building a coil. And I just looked through those, right? And I found it. Oh.
I have to tell you, that conversation was hilarious, but it was only funny until like I realized that it was funny like at the end of it. During the whole conversation, I was like oblivious to the double entendre.
So check it out. What was even worse in the original video is you're on all fours bent over looking under the table at the fucking power outlet.
I wasn't going to bring that part up. Holes and probes. That's awesome. Oh, man.
He's talking about pick the hole and you're all bent over. Oh my God.
You had to ground it right. That's awesome. Freaking awesome.
Oh.
Mike's right. We got to do more episodes. That's just the best. Yeah.
Oh. Well, let me put it out there. If you guys want to spoof me, by all means, go ahead. Okay.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm all for it, man. I just think it's hilarious.
Yeah, I'm right
I
there
did-
with you, Nathan. Just so
I
you know, Mike, I feel the same way. If you can't laugh at yourself, you're not allowed to laugh at anyone else. So by all means, spoof away.
I am making some theme songs for everybody, utilizing some AI. I got some pretty catchy ones. Nathan, I need to rework his a little bit, but it's pretty good. I think it's a little
Nice.
catchy. And Gerald, I have yours actually ready. I'm gonna send it to you tonight.
Right on.
Great. You made a song? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm just trying to put together a soundtrack for the channel so I don't have to rely on any other music. So I got my own custom track, and everybody in the team gets a theme. And I'm gonna send you your song so you can use it if you want. You know, you don't have to, but
I took a speech and converted it and changed it just in enough parts to make it still understandable from its original, but it all has to do now with engineers and inventors and stuff. And Joe's going to help me put music to it. So
nice.
Maybe I'll take your song and we'll
put it in there somewhere.
Yeah.
If it fits, you know, it might not fit, but you know, you're free to do whatever you want with it. I just wanted to do something fun for the Patreon crew, and I wanted to make sure everybody on the team gets a song. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to just make a song for me. I want everybody to get a song.
I want to actually open up a store.
Yeah.
There's a couple things that I want to sell that they're not related to the coils, but they're definitely things that would benefit people. So I don't know if you guys want to put a store together as a group, or if I was already
I was already thinking about switching vendors from Streamlabs, because Streamlabs is a little pricey, to be honest.
I don't mind about the price. I mean, right now we're being sponsored by this gentleman over here, right? But my turn or your turn or whichever way we go with that.
Right. Well, I meant it's pricey for the customer. Like, if you want to go buy something, they charge a lot just to make sure they get their cut. So I don't know. It's like, if you want to help support like the page and all that, I think we need to go with a different vendor, because they're taking too much out of it and not giving a lot back to the streamer.
Well, we're all gonna have to come up with designs then for whatever we want. You know what I mean? For logos and stuff like that.
You know, like, what if we all came up with, like, say, one little device that, you know, people would be interested in, and we put together like a little store, like
we can make kits
or something.
Yeah, we can make kits.
Yeah, and kind of sell it like that. I don't know. It's just a thought, something to throw out there, right?
No, I was thinking something similar. So yeah, that's a good idea. Well, we'll talk about it though, because that's something I was thinking about as well.
Dude, you know, I'm telling you right now,
I got laid off. So
I'm getting the Mike Dawes fucking transporter T-shirt. That's what I want. Gotta have it.
Is it gonna have me in the corner bending over an event or something?
Funny but bad.
Awesome. That's so funny, dude. Cracks me up.
Oh, Crypto. I sent Crypto his song earlier. I wonder if he took a look at it. I like it. It's pretty catchy.
Right on, man. Well, you know what? On Wednesday, will you have them done by Wednesday, everybody?
I should, yeah. I mean, actually, I should have most of them done by. There's a couple of them I might not have, but we'll see. I should have most of them done.
If you send me everybody's, we could do like a mashup of them. You know what I mean? Or whatever you want to do. We'll just play them, and then that way I'll give you time to finish everything.
Yeah. I could send you what I got. I sent Crypto his. I sent you yours, but yours needs to be remixed a little bit. I think it's just slightly off. And
it sounded like the singer got his balls stepped on.
Yeah, the song was good. It was catchy, but you're right. The singer's voice was a little off, you know?
Yeah.
So, but if I were to like recreate that song and play it on my keyboard and guitar, like it would be a good song. Totally.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But
the words were good.
Yeah, exactly.
Shout out to Papa Bale. I've been watching your channel. You do some good work. Just saying.
Which
haven't
channel
checked
is
them
it?
out.
Papa
Oh,
Bale.
right here.
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah, I
I'll
just
have
got the word that I got laid off, so I'm getting the layoff soon in the next couple of weeks.
Oh. Wow, then we'll have to definitely set some stuff up so you can get some merch sales and get a little cash in.
Yeah.
Winter
Anything
slowed
will
down
help.
too. Yeah.
It was a little sooner than I thought, actually.
Yeah, that's why
Yep.
I want to sell. Like a couple of things I want to sell aren't related to electronics in a sense, but I've designed and built a table that if you have a license to grow marijuana or your state allows you to, turns one top into 40 tops.
Oh,
Right?
that'll be a big seller here in Michigan. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, it's timed and it does its thing and it's got instructions on how to deal with it. And then I got another device that cancels out the back pressure of a pressure washer anywhere between 2,500 psi and 3,500 psi. You can literally use the pressure washer with 2 fingers and do your whole car.
Does it utilize a Tesla valve in some way? Just
Nope. It's a designed counterweight system that follows the flow of the water. So you literally, when you grab the wand, you pull the trigger and the pressure will push the wand up to about 4 feet in the air. And then you literally just guide it to where you want it to be. And the pressure of the water pushes the wand to where you need it to be. You're just guiding it. You're allowing that water.
Cool.
Yeah. So it works really well. I had a 81-year-old man do his driveway after having a stroke the year prior. 2 fingers.
Wow.
It was a 2,500 psi pressure washer. So it's a cool
those
little
things
system.
are dangerous.
What's that?
I said those things are powerful. They're dangerous.
Yeah, but it cancels that out. Well, it cancels out that back pressure. So my idea was I've known friends who've gotten carpal tunnel because they pressure wash semis, right? And then they're out of commission. Well, this system stops that. You won't, if you can pressure wash a semi for 30 years with this system, never get carpal tunnel. Because the way that it cancels out that back pressure and that weight. Yeah. So
I needed something like that when I was doing chats.
Hey, Ben, real quick. Charles Milligan, and it has swear words on it, so I won't put it up. But he says he has tons of 3D files of rodent coils. So you may want to get with him on it. And
yeah, I don't have a 3D printer, but Nathan has a bunch of them.
Dude, if I can figure out how to ship one, I'll send you one. I'll just send it to you, Ben. I think it'd be cheaper, dude.
Probably.
So
because you probably have to ship it in pieces.
Well, I'll take it apart. That's not a problem. It's just the weight of it. I don't do a lot of shipping, so I don't really understand it. So I'll find a box, pack it in there, and see what it weighs, and then see what they say. So as long as it's under $100, I think we should be good because you'll easily pay $200-something bucks for one of these. So
right. And then anyway, like I'm not doing anything crazy with them, just basic stuff.
Yeah, it's important to get the right size and do the right things, and that way I know it works, and you'll be good to go. So we'll figure it out.
Yeah, that way I can make casings for my devices so they don't get damaged too. That was something I was afraid of. Like I got the mini board on a piece of wood, which is a good insulator, but it's exposed. I want it to be in a nice case.
Yeah.
Nice housing.
Yeah, that's on my purchase list. It's not my next purchase, but it's I think second down.
Does it cost a lot to ship to Canada? Because will they mess with it?
Depends on the weight. Yeah.
Charles says he has one he can send.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, we'll have to get together with everybody and just figure it out. You know what I mean? Because I got plenty, dude. I think I got like 12 still. So small ones, big ones. Usually the 300 by 300 or 12 foot or 12 inch by 12 inch size, and it's perfect for a lot of the stuff we're building.
Yeah. Wall cases and little bits and pieces. I have this remote control helicopter that's missing the little tail wing. I'd love to 3D print that. Stuff like that, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's on my list. So for me, it takes me a bit of time to get my equipment. I've got a lot of measuring equipment, and I got to thank Jeremiah Pop for some of that. He gave me a hand at one point. And I've got meters, I've got tri-field meters, I've got Geiger counter, I got, like you name it, I've got as much as I could possibly get my hands on. I don't have an electrostatic meter. That's on my list.
I have it.
Yeah, do you? Those things are awesome. I want one.
What is that? An electrostatic what?
It tells you your kilovolts that are in the air. Basically tells you how much high voltage is in the air around it. Right?
Oh, like how much you've ionized the air?
Yeah. And then there's another one called a tri-axis meter. I want to buy that.
Yeah, those are
it
important.
tells you your y-axis, x-axis, your magnetic field, and it kind of gives you an idea, right? So things we want.
Well,
I'm gonna get that Testman.
let's see how much the shipping is, guys. I'll check the weight and see what the shipping is, and I'll just send you guys one. It's probably the easiest way.
I'll pay for the shipping, Nathan. No problem there.
Well,
if
we can always work something out. You ship something later, you know what I mean? To me,
yeah,
or something,
sure, I
whatever.
can ship something back to you. Yeah.
These things are just sitting here. I use like 3 or 4 of them at once, and that's it. I don't usually get to the other one. So,
Do you wear hats, Nathan?
Do
you wear hats?
Not really.
Not really. Okay, never mind. It's gonna send you a hat. It's okay.
Oh,
you don't wear them. There's no point, right? I will send you. I will send you a brain fart. Not a brain fart. I won't send you one of those.
Thanks.
lab coat?
I got a lot of those. I don't think I need extra.
I'll send you a lab coat when I get
Yeah.
them.
I can't wait till we all like have the lab coats on and we're all like that's gonna be awesome. We have the we'll have the Star Wars our Star Trek backdrops and all that.
Oh my God, dude! They gotta stitch in your logo to that right in the front, though, Ben. I can. Well, of course, you gotta have one in the back too. So, I'm gonna start doing experiments and just show the back logo when I do them.
That symbol.
Yeah, no, that's a good idea because
the one with the 6 points there, or the 6 round. I guess that's our faces in there or whatever, our logos.
Yeah.
That's on every lab coat.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good logo. I like that one.
Hey,
And
Charles, real quick. I'll show you. It's kind of messy, but I'll show you real quick.
But if it's on the back of our lab coat, if we're, working in the lab and they're seeing the back, the back of the lab coat a lot, it makes sense
like
to put a logo on the back.
Yeah, I just have to clean it. I got, like, you can see 6 right there.
Yeah.
So, sorry, I don't know why it's zoomed out like that, but I got all kinds of filament and stuff sitting there, and those are just the 6 that are right there, not counting those ones.
Wow.
I don't know why I can't aim. Down there, and then another one back there that I built a separate base on. And
yeah, you have a wall of them, don't you?
Yeah, it's right there. I just showed you.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I got way too many. So I'll just send them to you. It should be.
Well,
good.
you don't have to, but I'll pay for the shipping. I'd gladly do that. You know what I mean? Or like you said, we work something out. But this has been an amazing stream, man. I've learned more. How is that even possible? Like, just when you think you know a lot, you learn something new.
Well, that's kind of the whole point of this whole show, isn't it?
Yep.
We all learn from each other, and we all bring our ideas to the table and see what mixes and what doesn't.
And I hope you, as the public, have learned something too. I know we kind of talk in some of these crazy terms sometimes, ways where we understand each other, but we're not explaining it properly. But I hope you guys were. Even if it's
I hope the audience is picking up some good stuff.
Yeah.
If nothing
Well,
else,
I mean,
they
you
got-
know, like I used to be the audience, you know, I was the audience at one point, you know, and a lot of people on the show were. So
Yep.
it's a good show because we give the people the opportunity to present something if they have something to present. And that's good. I like that.
I still like being the audience. I go on to Ashton Forbes' channel a lot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'll watch him and I'll
Mhm.
comment, and I go on to a bunch of different channels. I go on to my
Yeah, same
friend's
here.
channel, who's MK Ultra. She actually survived. Her story's amazing. Her story's amazing.
Does she have her story up on her YouTube?
Oh yeah, yeah. She actually wrote a book called "Kids in a Cage," and
Really? I
yeah,
might be
and she's
interested.
given a testimony in a court of law. And if she was lying, they would have nailed her to the wall because she named names like generals and officials, and no, she was telling the truth. And then so I read her book and I became friends with her. She's kind of a cool person, and you know, I don't even know why that came up, but yeah. Yeah,
Right
maybe someone to talk to in the future. Something to think about. Anyway. Shout out Holly if you're watching. Just saying.
right on.
Yeah, get her on the show.
Well, that's something we should discuss because our channel's science based, and hers is a little different.
Yeah, we could do like an open mic night, something
Hey,
off the podcast.
Yeah, we open mic on Sunday, man, and also Saturday. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's right.
True.
Sunday
Yeah.
is yeah.
So I'm sure me and Joe would be happy. You know what I mean? See what's going on. Everybody
Oh,
loves
yeah.
a story.
Joe would
That's
his
true.
mind would be blown. This woman's been through some stuff. And you want to hear a wild thing about this woman? I met her in a dream. Okay? No joke. Wrote it down, documented it. Then I met her, told her about the dream. She confirmed the dream because she dreamt the other half.
Oh, wow.
That's
Yeah,
insane, Gerald. That's
I-
effing crazy.
Yeah,
That's
totally.
awesome.
I had this dream. In this dream I saved her from the ship, and I could only save one, and there was her and her brother in another cage. She told me to save him, then she passed out. It's in the dream. And I turned to him and I said, I can only take one. What's it going to be? He said, you're taking her. So I grabbed her and we left the ship. The next day, I met her on a live. And we
Wow.
started talking and she finished the dream. My mind was blown. I've known her ever since.
Huh. That's
That's
so cool.
insane. Yeah, that's a cool story.
Obviously, there was some reason for it, but mind blowing, man. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe the reason was to get her on the show and have her tell her story on this show. You know, who knows?
Maybe. It's definitely a conversation you guys should be part of one day, whether or not we do it live or do it private or whatever. I mean, I know she talks about it all the time. There's nothing to hide, but she doesn't hide anything. She's very open about it, right?
Very
She
cool.
still does counseling. Still does, like she still goes through the throes of what she went through. So, yeah, tough woman. Shout out Holy. Sorry, guys. Went off on a tangent there. Everybody's like, talking about.
So bad. Yeah, you missed it, Ben. I couldn't hear Gerald. And I thought he was silent to the world. And then he started cussing because of it. And it was my headset that was off. I'm sure there's a whole part of the whole show that, my fault.
I'm going to have to go back over that to see what I said. Hopefully I didn't get too crazy. I know I was like, what the going on here? I know I said that. So sorry, Nathan. Sorry.
So,
If
it's my fault because it shuts off when nobody's talking. So I have no volume coming in. So the headset shuts off.
So when
All
something
right.
like that happens, like if somebody drops the F-bomb, like myself, sometimes it happens, I'll immediately take a look at what time stamp we are at and I'll write it down. You know, if I forget though, you can also go to the video and then go to the subtitle section and then edit the subtitles and just search in the subtitles what you're looking for and it'll give you an idea of where it is. Some of these streams are like 6 hours. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong. We've gone.
Well, I think
That's how I
think it's-
find stuff easy.
It's okay. YouTube just dings you in the first, I think, few minutes of the thing, so they can put ads on something. You know what I mean?
the
So,
first 15, I think, right?
Oh, so it's the first 15, and after that, they don't care if you cuss?
Yeah, because I watch sports shows and they do it every other word sometimes. So
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I do. I see a lot of big YouTubers breaking the rules that we spend tedious amounts of energy trying to not break.
There's somebody in the scientific community that just did a video on what my first goal of my research was based on. And it's the subject we can't talk about. And he lays it all out and doesn't mince words. And I'm blown away that he can get away with it when other channels are like kicked off like that, right? It's like,
How is he?
favoritism?
How many subscribers does he have?
I don't get it.
Not many, but it's the people I think he's connected with that allows him to do that. And I hate it
He's
because
protected.
what I've learned comes from something outside of me. What I've learned comes from a higher power than me. I believe it comes from God. Could I be wrong? Maybe. I don't believe so. But so when you talk about that subject and you negate that fact, well, to me, it bothers me a little, but that's just me, right?
No,
One man, one opinion. What does it matter? I'm just kidding.
well, once you get out your coil thing, we should just, kind of meet in here and do it, and then record it, and don't put it out to the public yet, and just,
Wait.
we'll have it.
Yeah, I agree.
So,
And when the time's right,
yeah, I know Ian wants to be in on part of that, and there's a couple other people that, absolutely want to be right there for it. So we'll see what we could do.
yeah, I agree. I think we should get together and
Yeah, because I think StreamYard still censors us. I was talking to Ben about it, and we get censored everywhere for it. So
Yeah. I definitely eventually I want to have, if we have a big enough platform, and we're already doing well audience wise, I want to kind of switch over to like Wix and have our own server to stream from. So we're not streaming on YouTube's platform, we're not streaming on Rumble's platform, we're streaming on our own server, so we can't get censored at all.
Yeah, Redacted does that. They Redacted's like a news channel, alternative news, right? So they'll put out so many stories that YouTube will allow them to talk about, and then certain ones they not allowed, they go over to Rumble, and then they.
Oh, that's how they do it. Well, maybe Rumble might be a good alternative then, if people are still using that and they're not getting censored there.
Whatever, we could try a few.
Yeah,
there are certain subjects we can't talk about, but we could try a few on different ones, different platforms.
Yeah, why limit?
Figure it out.
Exactly. No, I say why limit to one platform? If you want the message out, you gotta spread it far and wide. So,
yep.
Oh, dude, on my but by the way, just so you guys know, I stream to Facebook. Okay.
Oh.
So I've been getting. I guess they set it up where you have to be my friend to watch it or something.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I just got 200 new friends apparently in the last week. Okay,
yeah.
That wanted to watch it.
Do you good.
So I think I'm going to set up just a site over there for it to all stream on, that everybody can interact and talk on. And then,
set up a Facebook page.
Yeah, and then Gerald, if you still have trouble getting some of these accounts, well, I'll get with you offline and we'll work it out. And I'll set one up for you or something, and then you'll have it, and you can do whatever you want with it.
That'd be awesome. Because I'm still locked out. I tried the other day, all of them, no emails back. Got another email through another friend. I'm gonna try it with that email and see. I think it's linked to my IP address though. I think they're watching me that way. Because it doesn't make sense when I'm not getting emails back from X and Instagram, and because you have to have that confirmation email, right? I never get them back.
Well, that shouldn't be hard to fix.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. That's what I'm hoping for. We'll see. This has been enough. This has been long, man.
Yeah,
Good
it's a long stream, man. It's fun though. It was a great one.
Yeah, it was. I'm gonna look back on this in my 70s and be like, "Wow, I really did that. Yeah, that's pretty good." Yeah.
I'll look back on that way. Well, I met this crazy old man, came on Bernie's show, and now we all start this thing together. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he does this thing he builds, and then he fries it and finds out.
Dude, I did that on Faraday's channel. He was out taking a smoke, and I just lit up my CRT TV. I just unplugged it and zapped it right then and there.
Nice.
Oh,
We got kids. We're gonna have kids getting in trouble with their parents. Well, why'd you blow up the microwave? Nathan said to fry it and find out.
that's so bad, dude. Because it only took a few seconds to pull the back off and do it. It was just bad.
Oh yeah, it's nothing to deal with those old TVs, and they're the best.
Oh,
when I get a couple microphones, we'll make an oscilloscope live. I got a bunch of old TVs. We'll pull off the back, we'll wire it, solder it, and show it live. Very easy to do, right?
That'd be cool because I've never done that.
Yeah, you just have to mess with the vertical coil and the horizontal coil. You tap that into a headphone jack and the headphone jack into an amplifier. And when you're talking into your mic, it moves your horizontal and your vertical. And if you do it right, you'll show 3D pictures. Yeah, so something we'll do.
I'm definitely going to have to do that. Then Mike Faraday. What's up, Mike? Yeah.
Mikey.
Hey, Mike.
Oh, yeah, that's fun. Because he was showing me the magnet thing on the TV screen. Turn it on, put the magnet on it, and shows the field. Yeah. So we're doing that live as well. So that was pretty cool. I didn't know that one either, so he showed me that one.
Your TV doesn't work anymore, though, does it?
Well, it may not work because I zapped the living daylights out of it.
Oh, right, that's that TV. Okay.
If you have a clean enough picture where you like you didn't have a clean enough picture, but if it was a little bit cleaner, you could actually see the north and south pole, like the inflow and the outflow.
Oh yeah, it wasn't super clean. It was.
Fractal Woman has a video on it.
I need some more white fuzz on the TV and didn't have it, so I pick up another one this week. So we'll see. I needed some new coils. I blew out mine.
Oh, you blew out your coil?
Well, let's just put it this way. It just stayed on too long and it melted and it all oozed out. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's bad.
It couldn't beat the time that I had everything on the table and zapped it all with static electricity. And then, $500-600 worth of hardware is now gone.
I
mean,
if you get a wider picture.
Where is it? I was going to show you my computer. I did the same thing. I had a little laptop and just blew it to shit, man. Just fried it.
Yeah. They don't like that stuff.
No, they don't.
That's why I need to stop using my laptop as my tone generator.
That reminds me, I still have to try that experiment with the fluorescent tube and a coil on either and pulsing it at each other. I think that was Victor's suggestion in order to see what the pulse rate would happen in the fluorescent tube. Why did that just pop into my mind?
Yeah, his coil, by the way, is almost done. I was printing it off for him. Yeah, well, it takes a little longer when you only got one of that color. You know what I mean? So I put it all in the same printer, or else I would have blasted it out in a day. So
he's doing the Rogan coil thing?
Yeah, he wanted a frame just like Ben and I have. So
nice.
That makes sense.
That's awesome. I love it.
Yeah.
People are building coils. And I'm going to start on Gerald's coil soon. How many pins do you need for that one, Gerald, when you do the pin coil?
24.
24? Yeah,
24.
It doesn't seem too hard to set up. You just put 24 pins in a circle and make sure they're all evenly spaced.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not difficult until you start winding. Then your brain fries.
Yeah, I can imagine that's getting confusing.
Especially if you're trying to make it complicated. Like there's different numbers of layers. Like if you were to make the square, say for instance, and you did only 3 layers of the square, you're going to get a pattern that looks kind of like a mandala, because as you're doing it, the square turns and it forms a pattern around the inside, forming a toroid, but a toroid in a certain shape, right?
Is the energy generated from it going to be more intense if it's more complicated pattern?
Yes, and depending on how many wraps you have, your capacitance goes up, because your wraps define what's going on in between each wrap. Because remember, I use a whole bunch of little instabilities to make my system work. So the less windings you have in your coil, the less effects you're going to get to create the whole. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yeah, it's not just capacitance. There's a few things that come into play. So,
as long as I get some kind of energy generation out of it, I'm good. I don't need it to be intense like yours.
well, like I said, I'm going to try and do a tutorial for the square, and we'll just do 3 layers. Like, we'll do the number sequencing, and we'll do that 3 times. And then you'll see a bit of a capacitance come out of it. I'm not sure how well just the square will do. That's we'll do it on Wednesday. We'll find out.
Right on.
Yeah.
All right, guys. It's been a great stream. I want to thank big thank you to Mike Dawes. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mike. I
Double
appreciate
thumbs
everything,
up,
man.
Mike.
Yeah.
We love you, Mike.
All right, guys.
Have a great night, guys. You guys got anything? Wednesday we're here for we do Builder's Workshop. So Gerald's got circuits to show, right? And then you got the coil. Okay.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna find out something. Sean's gonna have something for that day as well.
Okay.
He's got his circuit and he's gonna walk through it with us. So that's gonna be bitching. I can't wait to see him go through that, because I'm gonna verify his work. So
yeah.
And then Ben, you got anything going on with your coil?
I don't have anything at the moment, but I might have something for you guys Wednesday. I got a couple of things I'm working on. So I might have something short to present, just a short.
Okay. All right, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody in the chat. You guys are awesome, man. I'm sorry I didn't put up so much in the beginning, but I tried to get you guys all through the videos. So thank you again. I appreciate it. And guys, have a great night.
Thanks, Nathan and Gerald.
Have a good one.
Yeah, you too. Thanks, chat. Love you guys.